morning. Am I audible? Loud and clear? Now I guess loud and clear. There's no echo? Is it too loud? Now it's okay. Because Hello? We're just about to start in a few minutes, so if I could request everyone to start taking their seats, please. Thank you. And if it's a gentle note for everyone to please keep their mobile phones on silent. Very good morning. Our Chief Guest, Lord Meghnad Desai, Professor Debashish Chatterjee, Director of the IIMK, First Secretary of the High Commission of India, London, Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary, Swami Sarvasthananda, Minister in Charge, Ramakrishna Vedanta Center, UK, Pavan Budhwar, Associate Deputy Vice Chancellor, International of Aston University, invited panelists, all our invited guests, our dignitaries, representatives from the media, and ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the 5th International Conclave of the Indian Institute of Management, IIM, Kozhikode. It is a real pleasure to be part of such a remarkable event. It creates a confluence of two very diverse and dynamic worlds. On one hand, the rich culture and heritage of Indian education and business philosophies. And on the other, we have the renowned academic and business excellence of the UK. Sort of a coming together of a perfectly brewed masala chai with the traditional English afternoon tea. It's also the first time that this conclave is being held outside India, which is quite a large step and very fitting overarching theme of globalizing Indian thought. In fact, you might be tempted to think that Indian thought has been globalized from time immemorial, whether it's the concept of zero, yoga, Ayurveda, Bollywood. But this is precisely the promise that this conclave holds to enable brilliant minds, current and future leaders, to come together under one roof from various nations, various fields, and design what's the next phase of this journey like. Before we go on, a couple of housekeeping items. If I could request everyone to keep their mobile phones, please, on silent. And just to let you know that we are also live streaming. That said, I invite Lord Desai and Professor Chatterjee, please join us on the stage. Request Professor Chatterjee to present a bouquet of flowers to our chief guest, Lord Desai, as a gesture of our warm welcome. I'd like to invite Lord Desai and Professor Chatterjee to please light the ceremonial. Lighting of the lamp symbolizes removal of darkness and ignorance, the pursuit of knowledge and enlightenment.
अखिल हृजत्री आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत त्यजत परेष्वक्रममाक्रमणम् त्यजत परेष्वक्रममाक्रमणम् मैत्रीं भजत अखिल हृजत्री मैत्रीं भजत मैत्रीं भजत.
Thank you. A few words about Professor Debashish Chatterjee before I invite him to take the stage. Professor Debashish Chatterjee has taught leadership classes at Harvard University and at the Indian Institutes of Management, IIMs of Calcutta, Lucknow, and Kozhikode for nearly 3 decades. The longest-serving director of a first-generation IIM, he was reappointed to the head of IIM Kozhikode for a third 5-year term in June 2023. Professor Chatterjee has been awarded the prestigious Fulbright Fellowship twice for predoctoral and postdoctoral work at Harvard University. A prolific author, he has published fiction and nonfiction, including Leading Consciously, Krishna, the Seventh Sense, and Timeless Leadership, which have been translated into several national and international languages. His latest book, Leadership Chronicles, published by Penguin Books, is a tribute to his pioneering efforts towards globalizing in thought. He has taught the art and practice of leadership to more than 100,000 managers globally, Fortune 500 corporations, and over 50,000 school leaders. Professor Chatterjee is credited with transforming a small-town business school, IIM Kozhikode, into an institution of global recognition that is now counted among the top 3 IIMs in India and the top 75 management schools worldwide, according to the prestigious Financial Times ranking. In a nutshell, Professor Chatterjee is an exemplary individual known for his deep empathy and assertive leadership. He is also a prolific writer, an exceptional orator, and a genuine mentor. As an alumna of IIM Kozhikode myself, it is my immense honor to invite Professor Chatterjee. Please come and do the welcome address.
Good morning. It's a real privilege to have Lord Meghnad Desai, chief guest. I have known him for quite some time. He's at our campus and he continues to be creative, productive in a way that only he can. So for him to grace this occasion has been particularly welcome from our context. Distinguished deans led by Professor Deepa Sethi, who actually leads this whole conference. Just put my name on it. And esteemed guests from various schools, including IIM, my colleague, Professor Nisha Pandey. I'm Lucknow, a veteran professor of the I had worked for. Can you hear me? Is my voice clear? All right. And then esteemed guests who have gathered here from different parts. Swami Sarvastanandaji, whom I greatly admire for leading spiritual order, great heights and glory, and everybody who's around helping us out at this conference. What an absolute privilege to be able to welcome you to the inaugural ceremony of IIM Kozhikode's signature international conference called Globalizing Indian Thought. This is the 5th edition of the conference, and we've decided to host this in the intellectually and commercially vibrant city called London. And today we stand at a remarkable intersection where an ancient knowledge system converges with contemporary dialogues, where depth of Indian heritage rubs shoulders with the dynamic energy of the global order that you see here. It's a bit like not so much chai with tea, but coffee, filtered coffee with espresso, if you might allow that analogy. And so it is unexpected, but you never know how delicious the concoction might turn out to be. It remains to be seen. At IIM students, at IIM actually, students chase knowledge. We have 300,000 applications, out of which IIM Kozhikode picks up roughly 600 students. And so we have an admission ratio 1:800. In this part of the world, knowledge seems to be chasing students because universities are running out of custom, and I think this is a great complementarity. I wouldn't call it reverse colonization, but I would call it a great complementary situation that we are in. Through this forum, we see a significant potential for India to shape global narratives. India has known for centuries that enduring wisdom is the currency of wealth. Whereas knowledge comes from analysis, wisdom comes and emerges from a deep synthesis of multiple knowledge systems. Wisdom does not belong alone to India or China, the US or Great Britain, just as automobile technology does not belong to Ford or Toyota. Wisdom comes from a fine balance of action and reflection. Just as Alexander needs an Aristotle, Arjun needs a Krishna, so does Chandragupta needs a Chanakya. Listen to what Chanakya has to say about tax collection. Now, you might call him India's Machiavelli, but we call Machiavelli India's Chanakya because Chanakya existed long before Machiavelli did. And this is what he said about tax collection. He says, just as one plucks fruits from a garden as they ripen, so shall a king have the revenue collected as it becomes due. Just as one does not collect unripe fruits, he shall avoid taking tax that is not due, because that will make the people angry and spoil the very source of revenue. Can you beat that? And so I remember my grandmother who used to say, Swadeshe pujvate raja vidyan sarvatru pujvate. The king is worshipped in his own kingdom. The wise are worshipped everywhere. Now let's take a moment to reflect on the value and vibrancy of India's soft power, of which this conference is an outcome. It is not just a concept, it's our strategic advantage. Soft power allows us to connect with cultures around the world through the richness of our heritage, values, and ideas. Think about it. India's soft power is so robust, it's practically lifting weights around the world. From ancient stories to modern innovations, we've got it all. Three of our most underrated soft power assets of India, which I'm going to talk about, are management, cricket, and English language. All of these will come together in this conclave. We have been meticulously planning it for a while. Soft power number one, cricket. We gather this evening at the Lords in the company of Angus Fraser and Farooq Engineer, two iconic names from two halves of the world. The British may have invented Test cricket as a pastime or what may be called organized loafing, but we in India have turned T20 into a full-blown religion. Yeah, please applaud if you choose to. Thank you so much. And honestly, if you haven't witnessed a cricket match, an IPL cricket match, you haven't truly experienced the dramatic flair of soft power at its full spectrum display. In action, India's IPL cricket's revenue is like a startup billionaire grandson feeding the grandfather, which is dying, which is Test cricket. And it is possible that you might look the recycling of the Indian family order. The grandson is passing on some of his first earnings to the grandfather, which is part of our heritage as in the joint family. Tonight, as we gather for a networking dinner, at the iconic lodge, we are reminded of the transformative power of sports in education and leadership. Just as cricket unites individuals from all walks of life, our presence here embodies the spirit of unity, dialogue, and the pursuit of excellence. Soft power number two, Indian management, very underrated. India's managerial talent has demonstrated time and again that success comes from a synthesis of competence and compassion. I'll give you two examples. I was in Seattle last year, and I was hanging out with the person who reports to Satya Nadella, who's heading Microsoft. And I asked him, what is a new product line of Microsoft? He says, this is based on empathy. So I said, what is based on empathy? The new product line is based on Nadella's own experience with his autistic son, who passed away, unfortunately. And he said, my son, who couldn't move the music channels because he didn't have the physical power to do so, should enable Microsoft to create products that would enable people like my son to use them. So, and he says this Buddhist idea, this is Nadella's words, but this idea of impermanence taught me that if nothing is permanent, compassion is a natural corollary, and a product line should bring in competence. Think of that as the operating philosophy of Microsoft. Think of Indra Nui, who decides to call up the mothers of her employees who have gotten promoted to compliment them on their sons and daughters' achievements. And he said, this idea I got from people who started complimenting my mother when I became PepsiCo chair. And I got an idea that this is what I must be doing in order to keep the continuity of contribution going in our system. And so this is something that you have to understand, that Indian thought, in a very non-invasive way, through an osmosis of sorts that we are not very sure, very clear about, has begun to filter in, and in a way that we cannot even imagine. All right. So, and let's not forget the humor, the fun part of the journey. India's jugaad. We all have heard about it. One can easily use a washing machine in Punjab to churn lassi in the summer, or for that matter, one can seek comprehensive insurance cover from the gods by tossing a small coin on a donation bag. And so I'm reminded of a real story of the monk and the millionaire. And the millionaire happened to be an IIT graduate, and so was the monk, who was a gold medalist. So one day they meet at the alumni get together, and they decide to have a conversation. And the millionaire says to the monk, you are the topper in school. Why did you have to become a monk and waste your energy? You could have made some money, created wealth. The monk kept defiantly quiet, as most monks do, with this one here. You will hear him very shortly. And so the millionaire tells the monk, look, I want to spend this evening with you to figure out what you did with your life. Everybody knows about my life. It's all in the newspapers. Your life is relatively unknown. So let me hear about you. And let's go to an island which I own. And they were traveling towards an island. And to get to the island, they had to take a little ferry, a boat, to cross that river. And the ferryman, like a true Britisher, says, my duty time is over. Shop is closed. I won't go anymore. And this millionaire looked at him and said, and took out a wad of currency notes and said, will this make you go? Bunch of notes, currency notes. And the boatman agreed. And the millionaire looks at the monk and says, look, if I didn't have the money, I wouldn't make things work. So money works. The monk says, yes, I agree. But did you notice one thing? Money works only when you renounce it, not when you hold it. That was a message that was never lost in India. In some insidious way, we have understood that what we call money is nothing but human energy impulse that is printed on a plastic card or a currency note. And it can travel digitally the longest distance, provided it has two human elements in it. One is value, the other is trust. This is what D. Hawk, the creator of Visa, tells me. And so he can't be wrong. I may be wrong, but D. Hawk can't be wrong, right? So the point I'm trying to make is this, that the monk and the millionaire are not two outside inventions of a story. These are motivational directives that we all have in the human condition, that we all experience, except that India embodies a bit of this, Britain embodies a bit of that. Soft power number 3, the English language. India's soft power has transformed the English language, historically rooted in colonialism. We have turned English into our very own toolkit for communication. There is Lavina sitting here. She once joked, and I am modifying the joke a little bit because it does not sit well with this audience. The joke is, for 200 years, the British colonized India, but for the last 75 years, we are colonizing the English language. Our banking industry comes up with an expression called NPA, which is a short form for non-performing assets. I wonder, something that's non-performing, how can it still remain an asset? In India, everything can happen. NPA is non-performing assets. And let's not overlook our creative vocabulary, where the word preponing meetings is an everyday expression. We time travel, and somebody at the Oxford Dictionary making unit will scratch his head and say, well, what is that? Preponing. You can postpone an event, but how do you prepone? In our institution, passing out does not mean fainting, it means graduating from the IIM. And do the needful is what I write to my deans. Two of them are sitting here. Vashi is there, who's sitting there, and Deepa is sitting here. So I often write, do the needful. Well, that just means that I'm not sure what this is all about. Please figure out. And so I don't know what needs to be done, but figure out, and they do the needful. So speaking of power, as we embrace technology and sustainable development as important themes in this conference, we can hope to tackle pressing global challenges. Picture this, a gathering of diverse minds sharing ideas like they're swapping recipes at a potluck, each dish contributing to a buffet of innovation and progress. We envisage creating a center for globalizing Indian thought based out of contributions in London. This center, we hope, will empower individuals to leverage Indian thought in their careers while creating pathways for entrepreneurship and investment that stimulates economic growth on both sides. The UK will welcome diverse talent, foster cross-cultural business collaboration, and enhance its reputation as a leader in education and innovation. By bridging these worlds, we can create networks that promote success on an international scale, like a global potluck where everybody brings their best dish. At IIM Kozhikode, we believe education isn't just about accumulating knowledge, it's about cultivating relationships and nurturing deeply held human values. 3 of IIM Kozhikode's values are Satyam, Nityam, and Purnam. Satyam stands for authenticity, Nityam for sustainability, and Purnam for wholeness. These values are the guiding lights of Indian philosophy. They help us navigate the complexities of our interconnected world. And the future, we think, does not belong to the fittest or the fastest. Do we believe in IIM Kozhikode, and in the broader sense of the word, the future belongs to those who are connected. The sages of India gave us a global anthem. They spoke of Sangacha Dvam. This comes from the Rig Veda, and it means let us stay connected and progress together. So as we embark on this exciting journey together, let's seize every opportunity to learn, to grow in a more interconnected and harmonious world. Thank you for being here. And I look forward to the fruitful conversations and collaborations that will emerge from this conclave. Now let's let this party get started. We are ready for some thought-provoking ideas from the iconic and the iconoclastic Lord Meghnad Desai. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words and for setting the tone for what we have to look forward to in the next couple of days. I'd now like to invite Professor Deepa Sethi, who is co-chair of the Globalizing Indian Thought Conclave, and also Dean at IIMK for Outreach, Executive Education, and Internationalization, to introduce our chief guest, Lord Meghnad Desai.
A very good morning. I take this honor of introducing Lord Meghnad Desai, who is a distinguished economist, scholar, and public intellectual, whose contributions span across decades and disciplines. Baron Desai is a world-renowned economist whose interests range from Marxian economics to post-colonial theory to the films of Dilip Kumar. He is a professor emeritus at the London School of Economics. Baron Desai's curiosity and vast contribution to developing the field of economics, from human development to economic history and political economy, have been awarded some of the highest honors of British and Indian civil institutions. Lord Desai has been a member of the UK House of Lords since 1991, where he has actively participated in debates on economic and social reform, advocating for progressive policies that address several critical issues. Lord Meghnad Desai, a prolific author, a dynamic public commentator, and a distinguished scholar, is amongst us to share his wisdom. We welcome you, sir. May we request you to deliver the address to the participants.
Thank you very much. I'm not used to Indian public address, in which you first of all start with mentioning everybody's name who is famous, who is here. Since I don't know that, I will just say thank you, Director Chatterjee and friends. I have a great problem. You see, before the director talked, which I think is very unfair that I didn't know it before then, I didn't know what the title means. I didn't know what globalizing Indian thought means. So I had a kind of a puzzle. You know, what is going on here? What does globalizing Indian thought mean? Does it mean that there's something called Indian thought, which is we know what it is, and the globe doesn't know? So we have to tell the poor globe what Indian thought is. And, you know, that's one version. Another way to say, well, Indian thought is there, but it's rather parochial and too Indian. So we have to globalize it so that it is amenable to be understood by the globe. Now, I think, in a sense, it's a very interesting thing, as the director mentioned. India has sort of transformed itself. Thank you, without any help from anybody else. And it's an interesting question to examine why, but you know, I may come to that. Since I don't prepare my lecture, anything may come, so you're warned. Now, the issue, I think, is that India is a different place than it used to be. And even people who are, as it were, Hindu nationalists, they're very different from the Hindu nationalists there used to be when I was young, and you know, there were lots of Hindu nationalist parties, Ram Rajya Parishad and people like that, Hindu Mahasabha. I remember the first election that Nehru fought, 1952. One of the people who was his rivals in the constituency was from Ram Rajya Parishad. And he says, I believe in protection of the cow. Does Jawaharlal Nehru believe in protection of the cow? Does he not love the cow? And Nehru said, but I love horses too, which was very English answer to a Hindu complaint. And the poor man, you know, the Ram Rajya Parishad man lost. The modern Hindu nationalist is not like that. The modern Hindu nationalist is cyber clever. He's cybernetic. He's out there, in the world. And if we had this controversy about does the river Saraswati exist or not. I don't know, you may not remember, but there was a big debate about 20 years ago. And the Saraswati is a lost river and so on. And there are all sorts of things. And somebody said, well, I looked at the satellite images. And the satellite images has shown me that there was a Saraswati. Now, that way of a Hindu nationalist arguing about Saraswati is a complete transformation. And why? Because in a sense, without us doing anything, innovations, especially the internet, revolutionized the world. And one thing Indians can do more than anybody else, if you do something, if you have a subject in which the answer is given, not subject to dispute, they can master it. So they're very good at STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, because there's no questioning as to whether such and such is true or not. And so what really happened in 1990s is that the computer allowed Indians, without traveling abroad, to do global, as it were, servicing. And that totally transformed the Indian economy. We had the first billion-dollar economy, company in Bangalore, as we all know. It was good enough for the son-in-law to become British Prime Minister, so it can't be all bad. Who talks about globalization? We've already done that. And so I think that transformation is very important. But I think one has to kind of look at this development properly. One part of India still has what I would call a national inferiority complex. I know I'll get haunted in India for saying this. This idea is that somehow we were the best 3,000 years ago, whatever it was, and we had all this knowledge, and the world doesn't know about it, and time has come for India to become Jagat Guru. Somehow to become guru is supposed to be a great traveler. And I agree with you that we are gurus, therefore we like people being gurus. But the idea we will absolutely teach the world what to do, how to behave, because we are the best. Now, I think that is what happens when you have an inferiority complex. You have to boast if you are not sure of yourself. And you really have to kind of say, listen, if you're good enough, then you say, who cares? If the world doesn't follow me, that's the world's problem, not my problem. Okay? So anyway, so I think India has transformed itself. I'm glad to see that instead of sort of wasting your time listening to lectures like this, you're going to the Lords this afternoon. And I think that's really important. That's, I think, why you all came here. I mean, you didn't actually come to listen to us. I mean, that's just something you have to say to the government of India to justify the foreign exchange. Now, I think because one thing is true, if nothing else is true, that cricket is now an Indian industry. The IPL is one of the greatest innovation in cricket ever. And IPL has transformed cricket. So much so that one of the older English cricket clubs recently was bought out by somebody from the IPL. I think it's Shropshire or one of those. Cricket, which used to be a nice, slow, slightly boring sport in which you had to be deeply interested to wait 5 days for test matches, is now become like baseball. Fast and quick, and valuing people's time. You don't have time to watch this thing forever, so there it is packaged for your TV show, and the market is so large that there was a full-page article in the FT the other day as to how IPL has taken over cricket completely. I mean, nobody likes red ball cricket. White ball cricket is the industry. And the fact that Indians can take over cricket, something of the oldest game here, and just transform it. I know the poor man who innovated is still a fugitive from law in London, but that's another story. But there we are. So if India can globalize cricket, what else does India need? Who cares about the thought? I mean, in India is globalized cricket. So in India is one. But I think one ought to actually pursue something about where is that India has particularly different thing to offer, and because this is not a religious lecture. I think one thing is that in this notion about money, you see the usual idea of money from Aristotle as well as the Bible, both New and Old Testament, as well as the Quran, is that money is barren, that interest rate should not be charged. At least in the Old Testament, you don't charge interest rate to fellow Jews. You may charge it to the non-Jews. Because somehow money is barren and does not bear fruit, and so on, which I think is complete nonsense, as the director already said. Now, Buddhism had no such compunctions. And the Buddhist viharas used to be actually banks, which used to give money to businesses and so on. And there's been no theory in Indian philosophy that money is barren. Indeed, there's something called Apabhransh Sutra or something like that, I forget the name. But actually there is a shloka which says that Brahmin should be charged a lower interest rate than Shudras, which I think is very Indian. And so there were discussions of interest rates and things like that. So in a sense, there are modern elements in Indian thought which we might bring out. But then I don't think that is the real point of the problem. I think what we're really interested in is how India has transformed itself, and whether the Indian thought, such as it is, has been relevant too. And what are particularly India's outstanding contribution, apart from inventing white ball cricket? What else has India done which is transformative? And I think here I think it's very interesting that two things. One is, of course, that Hinduism is like no other religion. I mean, it's absolutely remarkable religion because it is not monotheistic. It doesn't have any orthodoxy. You can believe in anything you like and still be a Hindu. And the richness and multiplicity of the things you can do as a Hindu is actually mind-boggling. Unfortunately, what happened is that when the Christians first started coming in, the Church of England wasn't allowed to come to India till about 1821. The House of Commons controlled who could come to India and so on. House of Commons wouldn't allow. But in 1821 they started. And when the Christians clergy came, they were absolutely astonished by Hinduism. I mean, they knew about Islam, of course, because it was another monotheistic religion, another Abrahamic religion. I mean, they quarrel with each other, but they're all Abrahamic religions. Now, they said, which is your holy book? Which is your God? And the poor Indians said, oh my God, we better kind of refurbish ourselves as a monotheistic religion because that's what these people want. So let's invent something. So, Dayanand Saraswati said, oh, the Rig Veda is our holy book. I don't know if anybody has read the Rig Veda, but it's not actually a very good holy book, but that's another story. But Rig Veda is not just the one holy book India has. India has lots of holy books. Depends upon where you are. But why should there be a single holy book? What is so unique about a single answer or a single solution? There are many answers in the world, and you have to choose which is the answer suitable to you. Now, to have a religion of that sort is very uncomfortable for nationalism. Because the whole notion of nationalism is that we are one. We are united, and what's more, every nation has to have a theory that we've been united forever. Every nation has to invent a past which goes to time immemorial. Now, nationalism is a 19th century development. You say this in India and you get arrested. But after the French Revolution, the idea that something is a nation, there used to be kingdoms and empires before, and you owed your allegiance to the king or the empire, regardless of whether you spoke Polish or Hungarian or German. The Austro-Hungarian emperor was your emperor. Now suddenly we have nations. And what's a nation? Well, there are many theories about what's a nation. But we all have to agree that nation is one. It has always been like that. And it goes back to the old ages. And there are single people in the nation. And that's, I think, where India had a difficulty, because India has many people. I have, actually it's all a fault of Kozhikode, because when I gave a lecture there, then I suddenly realized that Kozhikode is actually the seat of the birth of modern India, because that's where Vasco da Gama arrived. And it was arrival of Vasco da Gama which actually created what's called the Indian nation. I know this is a terrible thing to say, but there we are. India, unlike China, had never a single territory and a single commanding king. Never. Not the Guptas, not the Mauryas, and all that is weird. They were sort of ruling what we call the Bimaru states. But nothing in this. South India is completely different from North India. And most Indians don't even know the history of South India is different from North India. When the whole story of 1200 years of Muslims enslaving India is rubbish, because Muslims did not enslave South India. Muslims, such as they were, or even before they were Muslims, Arabs arrived in South India in perfectly happy way of being trading. Christians arrived in Kerala in the first century of the Common Era, and St. Thomas established a church there. Parsis arrived, and so in a sense, we have to make up a completely false theory of nationhood to pretend that India is one. India is not one. India is several. India, like Hinduism, is several. India has every state in India is a nation. And because it's a nation, which is why I think we had a great confusion at this time of partition, because the misunderstanding was between nation and nation state. It is true that India had two nations, or at least two nations. There are more than that, but that's another story. Hindus and Muslims. But there is no necessity for those two nations to be two nation states. Once you start defining nation as nation states, then you have a problem, because then you have to sort of separate it. I won't go into the theory. I'm writing another book about Jinnah and Gandhi, but so I've described that. But the mistake was that there's a lot of confusion between being a nation and being a nation state, because the 1935 Act, I know this is history, 1935 Act allowed lots of freedom for states and very weak center. And the idea was that the Muslim majority states would get together and form a little coalition to protect Muslim rights against the center. And then it all broke up, and within 3 months before independence, the whole situation changed, and we got 2 nation states. And now, of course, there are 3 nation states in what used to be called India. There's Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. But in my view, there are many nations in India anyway. And somehow we have managed to be a single nation state yet, but who knows? Anyway, I'm not inciting any rebellion. But so I think we really have to actually globalize in the sense that India has to be now confident that there's absolutely no danger of further breakup. Because what was going on in, as it were, the first 50 years of Indian independence was basically the import of a foreign thought, maybe in socialism, or some kind of socialism, to solve India's problems. It took about 50 years, and it totally failed. I'm not saying this new. In 1991, I gave a lecture in Ahmedabad about is socialism dead? 20th century is a very interesting thing because 20th century illustrates the birth and death of socialism. In 1917, we have a Russian Revolution, and in 1991, it packs up. Nobody ever, when I was young, we never ever thought, ever, that communism will disappear. The question was, how soon will India become communist? Not that it will not become communist, just how soon will India become communist? And we had the Bollywood, they're not called Bollywood, but Bollywood films at that time were very left-wing. People like Abbas and so on, and Sahil Ludhianvi were writing, the revolutionary film songs and so on. And suddenly, it died. It died in Indira Gandhi's emergency because that basically Indira Gandhi's emergency showed complete bankruptcy of Indian socialism. That the Indian state was not capable of running a socialist state. Because basically, you can talk about state ownership, but there is no such thing as state. There's no platonic abstraction as a state. There's only governments and people who man governments, who bureaucracy and so on. And they have a very different aim than the state. The state may want to work public interest, but there's absolutely no reason why the bureaucracy should. The bureaucracy cares about its own interests. When you're talking about the non-performing assets. Now, basically what happened, Indira Gandhi nationalized all banks, not for poverty alleviation. Make quite sure that any time election takes place, Congress will have enough money given to it to fight the election. I know this because I had a chairman of one of the nationalized banks tell me personally that they used to get a request saying, Amethi needs 90 crores for a project. And he said, we knew that we had to give the 90 crores and we will never get it back. That was nationalization of banks. And I think this is why the Indian socialism basically failed. And then India reverted after 1991 to a simple global philosophy, which is called capitalism. And India became a properly capitalist economy. India always was, since mid-19th century, a capitalist economy. But we were in denial. India became a capitalist economy in 1991 onwards. The Nehru-Gandhi family had gone, and we could experiment. And Manmohan Singh, had a degree from Cambridge and Oxford. Not very many people have a degree from both of our universities. And he just basically dismantled the whole thing and went away. And I think what's interesting about India is that since 1991, there has been a bipartisan agreement that the economic reform will not be reversed. I know Rahul Gandhi goes on talking about socialism, but he doesn't know anything about anything, but that's another story. So in a sense, the consensus which arose I don't know what is this, sir. Another 2 minutes, sir. Sorry. I didn't think it was a time-limited thing. So I apologize for being sorry, and thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you, sir, for your interesting insights and also your interesting take on the subject of this conclave. We're all walking away with some food for thought. Could I... sorry, I thought you were saying something. Could I request Professor Chatterjee to please present a memento to Lord Desai as a token of our appreciation? Thank you once again to our guests on stage, all our guests in the audience today. Can I request everyone to please stand for the national anthem?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thanks again, everyone. That brings the inauguration session to a close. Can I invite everyone to join us for some refreshments in the next room? Thanks again. Thank you.
One of the most critical elements in a leader's decision-making process is to achieve clarity. But what is clarity? Imagine you're trying to get inside a stadium when 50,000 people are jostling to find their place, and you think through your conventional thought that you can't find your own seat there. But somehow you negotiate. crowd, to the milling crowd, and you find your own designated seat right there. What did you do? You achieved clarity in the clutter of thoughts. In simple language, clarity is lesser thoughts per minute than you had before. You achieve this clarity. So number of thoughts you have per minute, let's say you have 200 thoughts in a minute, and you reduce those 200 thoughts to 5 thoughts and finally to 1 thought, you become like an Arjuna who, when asked what is he seeing there, he says, I see the eye of the bird. Now, if he was a conventional archer, there'll be many thoughts in his head. Can I shoot? What is behind there? Who else is shooting? Who is standing here? What's in the background? But all he does is he only thinks of the eye of the bird. When he's asked, what do you see, Arjuna? He says, I see the eye of the bird. Not even the bird, just the eye of the bird. Only one thought in the clutter of thoughts and emotions. And that one thought takes Arjuna home. He hits the target. Because you go to a place called awareness behind your thought structure. And this awareness is what creates great decisions. Gandhi is traveling by a train. One of his shoes falls down on the railway track. Train has begun to move. One shoe is there and one shoe is with Gandhi. As the train moves away from that one shoe, Gandhi takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. And somebody asks him, what did you do, Bapu? He said, look, that one shoe is of no value to the beggar who will find it. One shoe is of no value to me, with me. So I threw it so that it adds value to the person who finds the pair of shoes. At that moment, conventionally, you and I would start thinking, oh, what happened to my shoe? How can I find it? Can I pull that chain? Can I call somebody? But those thoughts are all disconnected, have no meaning, no coherence. But Gandhi does a simple action. He takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. That is clarity. That is clarity beyond conventional thinking. To be able to decide, to be able to increase the decision space in the clutter of thoughts, competing thoughts, requires clarity. And Gandhi demonstrates that he won as a leader because he was clear. GIP 2020 is IMK's signature convention. This is also our institutional mission, our design principle, and the basis of our aspiration to be counted among the world's best schools. Kozhikode has, in a modest way, advanced India's global footprints. Our vision for 2047, the centenary of Indian independence, and the golden jubilee of IMK. The museum is a repository of knowledge about Indian business heritage that would broaden the discourse on Indian business, introducing historical depth and a sense of rootedness in Indian culture. Globalizing Indian thought is about creating a confident and secure identity as Indians to strengthen our roots and give wings to our new generations. India has probably discovered the third way of geo-relational leadership of the world. Both the US and China has had problems with their GPS system, G for guilt, E for pride, S for shame. India's core ethos has been Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the universe of borderless humanism. Unlike the US and China, India's sadhana has not just been to be the best in the world, but perhaps to be the best for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be unwise on my part to speak any more about someone who literally needs no introduction anywhere in the world today. So here is Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Damodar Das Modi delivering the inaugural speech for GIP 2020. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I'm delighted to address a conference on globalizing Indian thought at a prestigious center of learning like the IIM Kozhikode. It is a matter of joy that such well-known centers of learning are taking interest in these subjects. I hope seminars such as this popularize more aspects of Indian thought among people. With this, I conclude my remarks and convey my best wishes to IIM Kozhikode. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Prime Minister to do the honors for digital unveiling of the statue of Swami Vivekananda in our campus and dedicate this to us. Many years ago, I had a dream. I wanted to figure out what was truly Indian about the Indian Institute of Management. This dream was looking for a destination, and it found one here. So let me ask you, what was this dream? And I'll tell you, this dream was about bridging the distance between hearts and minds, connecting the best of Bharat with the rest of India in pursuit of one singular vision, globalizing Indian thought. As we celebrate our flagship postgraduate program, Silver Jubilee graduation batch, we reflect on the values we hold dear. It's not just about producing competent managers, but good human beings who are compassionate and competent at the same time.
IIM Kozhikode's approach has been more holistic and more realistic in terms of perspectives of management, and this has yielded us excellent results.
Excellence, equity, and inclusion are the heart of our mission. We are proud to have initiated affirmative action to bring gender parity to our flagship program, with a historical low of less than 10% women rising to a high of 54% in 2013. We have repeated this feat in the year 2020 as well, showing our commitment to equity and inclusion. We also understand that our success is measured by the impact we make on our world. As we look ahead, we are focused on making a meaningful contribution to India and the world in the decades to come. Our pursuit of global accreditation reflects on our dedication to being recognized as an excellent institution. We were the first IIM to seek global recognition, starting with AMBA accreditation in 2010. Today, we stand on the cusp of global triple accreditation, a rare feat for Indian B schools. Having a dream is one thing, but pursuing it with persistence and energy is quite another. In that process, we have to negotiate four paradoxes: equity and excellence, global vision rooted in local context, high tech and high touch, agility of systems and stability of timeless values. We are not only consistently ranked among the top 4 Indian institutes of management, but we are also making our mark on the global stage. Our recent leap of 100 spots in the QS World University rankings for both regular and executive MBA programs is a testament to our phenomenal growth. We acknowledge the love of learning, dedication of our faculty, staff, and students, and the vision of our leadership and board of governors that has made it possible.
The kind of success that we've had in the last 25 years is because of the right decisions we have taken and the right things we've done for the right reasons.
Our vision for 2047, creating a roadmap of globalizing Indian thought, is both ambitious and achievable, inspiring at the emotional and cognitive levels and bringing vibrance and positivity to our journey forward. We believe in holistic learning in harmony with nature. Our campus is a gift of abundance, and sustainability is integral to every individual who is part of it. What fulfills your life is a fully lived life itself. Fulfillment is not a distant dream, but a continuum. As an institution, we are dedicated to helping individuals lead fulfilling lives. We were the first institution to start our education model digitally in 2001, breaking the mold of traditional business schools. We have diversified our models of learning, and our flagship programs have equal representation of men and women, changing the dynamics of India. We believe in disruption as the ability to break the existing order and bridge humanities and management through various academic initiatives. Our values of authenticity, sustainability, and fulfillment are not just ends, but means of doing things. We believe in nurturing future leaders with deep human values.
Let me start by telling you what hasn't changed, and that's how beautiful this campus continues to be. What has definitely changed is the infrastructure. We have world-class classrooms, energy efficient with the latest technology. We have hostels, and obviously we have the new sports complex that has come up.
We have created new centers, such as the Laboratory for Innovation, Venturing, and Entrepreneurship, Center of Excellence for Social Innovation, Center for Governance, Center for Digital Innovation and Transformation, Center for Climate Studies, and Center for Employment Relations and Labor Studies.
The birth of any B school today is to solve society's problem, India's problem, world's problem, industry problem. We take the industry problems, we bring it here, we co-create it and give it back to the industry. And some of the leading solutions have been born out of IIM Kozhikode.
Our emphasis on entrepreneurship helps to build character and provides the necessary skills to succeed in a constantly evolving business landscape. The exposure to literary and cultural festivals as well as social psychology experiments helps students discover their creative, cultural, and emotional quotient, which is just as important as their intelligence quotient. The statue of Gautama Buddha under the banyan tree is a symbol of peace and enlightenment, providing a serene environment that helps to calm the mind and promote inner reflection. Meanwhile, The Arjuna bow and arrow, our mnemonic at the entrance, serve as the visual reminder of the qualities necessary for success: focus, determination, excellence. The statue of Swami Vivekananda also serves as a source of inspiration, reminding us never to give up until our goals are achieved. We have been in this journey for about 26 years now. We have learned our lessons through success and failures. We understand that we sit in an inspirational space of 1.4 billion people and our responsibility to live up to their aspirations. Kozhikode continues to focus on creating and maintaining academic excellence, developing a diverse community, encouraging social responsibility, fostering imagination, and help stay connected with beautiful minds. Together, let's awaken the spirit of truth, Satyam, embrace the essence of sustainability, Nityam, and pursue path Purnam, fulfillment.
If everyone could kindly get seated, we'll start in the next few minutes. Kindly keep your phones on silent. A very good morning to everyone present. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the first session of the 5th International Conclave on Globalizing Indian Thought. We will begin today's proceedings with an address by Professor Shaunaka Rishi Das, Director of the Oxford Centre for Hindu Studies. I'd now like to invite Professor Shaunaka Rishi Das to the stage. May I request our director, Professor Debashish Chatterjee, to kindly present a bouquet to Professor Das. Thank you, Professor Chatterjee. I now invite Professor Anandita Paul to formally introduce Professor Das.
So, respected Director, I'm Kozhikode, Professor Debashish Chatterjee. Dean Outreach, Executive Education, Internationalization, Professor Deepa Sethi. Dean Faculty Affairs and Development, Professor Shubhashish De. Faculty, staff, and students from IIM Kozhikode, and knowledge partners, delegates attending the Globalizing Indian Thought 2024 Conclave. It is an honor to introduce Professor Shaunaka Rishi Das, esteemed scholar and director of the Oxford Centre for Hindu Studies, since the center's foundation in 1997. Professor Das has been involved as a lecturer, broadcaster, and a Hindu chaplain to Oxford University, and has been pivotal in advancing Hindu studies globally. He has dedicated himself to the academic exploration of Hindu traditions, nurturing an environment of scholarship that bridges the rich philosophical heritage of Hinduism with contemporary social issues. The Indian government appointed him to sit on the International Advisory Council to the Auroville Foundation in 2013. His many works extend beyond academia, where he has been involved in numerous initiatives that focus on the interaction of religion, society, and global governance. Through his personal journey, coupled with his academic achievements, he offers a unique perspective on how ancient Hindu traditions can be engaged with modern intellectual discourse. No words can adequately express the contribution made by Professor Das, and so may I request Professor Shaunak Rishi Das to grace the occasion today with his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very warm and full introduction, and I thank you that it wasn't the one from Wikipedia. I've heard that too many times. I've been asked to speak about the relevance of Hindu thought in a contemporary context, contemporary global discourse. And we had a lamp here this morning. Next week is Diwali, has become kind of famous around the world, and we say it's about light over dark. I think it's a bit more nuanced or sophisticated than that. But one of the stories that we love to hear is about Ram defeating Ravan. And Ravan is the villain of the piece, and it's light over darkness, and we all clap, and that's great. But I sometimes think about poor Ravan. I mean, the poor chap, he gets really bad press. And he was a very good king. It's stated right in the text when you read the poem. He was a very good husband. He had children who loved him, which is to die for. And he had tremendous opulence, power. He was a very good statesman, considered to be a craftsman in terms of politics and diplomacy. So what went wrong? And this is the guy we all aspire to be. And he's the villain. And I think we have to kind of look into Indian thought a little bit. Lord Meghnad Desai, I always love his talks because you never know what he's going to say next. And it's always going to be a bit on the edge. But he was wondering if there was a Indian thought. And I was in his position once myself. I remember when everyone I heard in India referred to the Vedas and then to the Rig Veda. So this is the oldest book of philosophy known to man. And everyone says the Vedas, the Vedas, the Vedas. But I didn't find anyone who had actually read the Vedas. So in scholarship, I suddenly began to bump into people, not only who read the Vedas, but had learned it by heart. This is a big text. And they really explored it. So I began to ask them, what's the point? Because I read it myself and I couldn't make head nor tail of it. It's very ritualistic. But they pointed out certain words that were key words of Indian thought. Words that have actually helped develop the traditions of Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism, Sikhism, have influenced tribal religions, have influenced Indian Christianity and Indian Islam. And these concepts aren't being studied in India. And they're not really being studied in the West either. So how do we gain access to them? How do we begin to appreciate Indian thought? Because anyone who goes to India certainly understands after 5 minutes that these people think differently. You want to get on a bus, there's no concept of a queue. There's just a rush to the door. And everyone's bumping into each other and negotiating. This process of negotiation is understood by the local people, but not by a visitor who's totally freaked. All these people driving into one small spot and they're all negotiating their car, and you're trying to figure, are there rules on the road? There's a zebra crossing in Delhi, in Chennai. I've seen it in Mumbai. No one uses it as a zebra crossing. Everyone gets into a group and then steps out on the road at any point, and the cars just stop. What is that? What's the thinking behind it? So one word that came out that is not academically studied is Rita. It's RTA with a little dot under the I, just 3 letters. This word is an idea from which most of Indian thought has developed in terms of how we think about the world. And I'll share it with you. Rita means cosmic order. There is an assumption that there is cosmic order. People looked around and said, from an acorn, an oak tree, from a banyan seed, a banyan, not the other way around. This is highly organized. This was just an assumption made. But based on that assumption, there is a big picture. I'm born into this big picture. I didn't create it. So what's my part to play? And immediately, you are the servant of the greater whole, because it is the greater whole. You're never the master in that scenario. In Abrahamic thinking, which has dominated a lot of global discourse, the presumption is that God created the world and made us the master. In the Enlightenment period, intellectuals had an opportunity to critique this, but they didn't. It's just assumed that we are the master of the planet. But in this thinking, we're the servant of the planet. The idea of being a servant, the concept of seva, of service to others, dominates Indian thought. And without understanding it, it's very difficult to understand India, I would suggest. As servants, as individuals, we all have a part to play, and we're all looking for that part. We're all little cogs in a huge cosmic machine. But if we don't play our part, the little cog thing, then the machine doesn't work, even if we're a tiny cog. So again, this is a different form of thinking. We have a role to play, and if we don't do it, other people suffer. The idea of dharma, how to do the right thing, how to find your place in the greater whole, and then when you find it, you do something. And that something is for others, for the benefit of others. And obviously for yourself. If others are benefited, I'm benefited, done. But we start with others. And consequently, with Rita being a servant, I give before I take. You go into any Buddhist vihara, any Hindu temple, any Jain temple, and people come and give an offering and then say a prayer. You don't start by taking, you start by giving. So the individual in all these contexts is independent. They have a need to find their place in the greater whole, but also realizing that they're absolutely dependent on the greater whole. We have independence, dependence, and then interdependence. And it's all one thing. It all has to be negotiated at the same time. They're not different things. It's not either or. Either we're dependent or independent. That's not a discourse. It's both and. And we'll find this throughout Indian thought, that it's never either or. It's always both and. And the resources that are available to us are a loan. They're not to be owned. We're given a loan of certain resources in life. We acquire certain resources, but they all have to be deposited back. So we have an obligation of gratitude for what we've been given. But we can't genuinely claim ownership, because after 70 or 80 years, someone else is going to own it, because we'll be gone. Just a basic understanding. And this speaks to balance. The sacrosanct nature of the individual in this scenario is absolutely sacrosanct. But at the same time, the importance of community is also sacrosanct. And this is something, this is a balance that has to be maintained. To strike out as the rugged individual, as we have done maybe in Enlightenment philosophy, doesn't hold up in global terms. It's also the idea of balance with give and take. I give the example that all of us of a certain generation will remember the credit crunch, where it was just take. The whole economy was geared to take, and what happens? Crash. The world doesn't work like that. The world has to have a balance. And that also speaks of maximization of profit. The maximization of profit is a term we've all heard. We all worship at the altar of maximization of profit. We've been trained to do so by our business schools. Every business school speaks about this, and every business school at some point questions it, but never gets around to changing the curriculum. Maximization of profit is not a balance, it's an extreme. You can't live in the fast lane. Maximization means always, you can't maximize all the time. There will be a minimization at some period. That's just how the world works. So it's an extreme, and it could be even extremist in terms of its impact on others. And I would say, in economic terms, on the planet, it's an unsustainable extreme. It will always crash. And another word, so I've given you one word, Rita. Another word, and this is a word that's specific to Hinduism, but covers most of Hinduism, is Samadarshana. Well, that's two words. It comes from the word Atma. Samadarshana means equal vision. If the assumption is we are all Atma by nature, we are non-material energy. We're in a material world. We're spiritual beings having a human experience, not human beings looking for a spiritual experience. So if that's the case, that's the assumption made. If that's the case, then we see everyone equally because everyone is a spiritual being. Who is this everyone? Anywhere there is life, respect is given. So it's the life of plants, the life of aquatics, the life of animals, the life of humans, the life of the planet. So anywhere we find life, we give respect. If I go, and consequently, if that's to be realized, then the idea of personalizing, when you walk into a Hindu temple, you see all these deities, these personifications of devas, of certain persons, but also if you go into any village, the hill next door is personified. The river is personified. The pond is personified. There's a deity everywhere. If you personify everything, it's very difficult to abuse it. Very difficult to abuse someone to their face that you know as a person. When we depersonalize, we can abuse anyone or anything. But in India, everything is personalized. Hence, respect is given and maintained and sustained. Very interesting idea. And it comes from what we call Dharma. Another word, it's in the Rig Veda, but it comes from Rita. The idea of Atma, Samadarshana, is considered a spiritual concept. Rita is a material concept. This is how the material world works. Samadarshana is more how the spiritual world works. Dharma is how to do the right thing, but there is a basis for Dharma. One word that we all know. The principle behind all Dharma is ahimsa, which means causing the least harm. That's how you know you're doing the right thing. Now, that could be a very difficult thing to do if your boss is telling you to fire someone who you know has a family who is totally dependent on this job, and you're going to cause real harm. And maybe there's a workaround, and you've thought of a workaround, but you don't want to tell your boss in case it means you won't progress up the ladder. That's a bit of a dilemma. Dharmically, you do the right thing. You minimize harm, even if you lose your job. How many of us are willing to take that risk? That's what Dharma means. And that's why we don't take the risk. And yes, this is a time thing, is it? 2 minutes. Thank you so much. You gave me a real good brief. If I look at these things in terms of how we work today, Samadarshana is the idea that we give respect to all forms of life. Our legal system since the Enlightenment is based on the concept of the dignity of the human being. And this is now pervaded all over the world from Europe. Fantastic. I love human beings. But the idea of Samadarshana means how you challenge and talk about the dignity of all living beings. Why can't the global legal system, legal perspective be about the dignity of all living beings? This is Indian thought in global discourse. This is a positive challenge, maybe an evolution of legal perspective and principle. The conversation hasn't been had. Maybe this is a conversation we have to have. So this is just something very practical. If you have that as the basis of your legal system, how you deal with encroachment on the living space of tigers or elephants or alligators or something, it becomes illegal. That's your environmental theory and policy changes dramatically. Now, it may not mean a lot to us, but I guarantee you it means a lot to your children. And India isn't involved in this global discourse at this level. This is purely from Indian thought. If we look at the idea of Dharma, my colleague Anya Jacobson was talking to me about AI and the fact that the ethics of AI have not been discussed. We've developed something that is running away with itself. We don't really understand it. It's fantastic and it will transform the world. And in 20 years, it'll be massive. What are the ethical considerations behind it? And what kind of global discussion needs to be had, and how global is the discussion going to be if we don't consider the principles of Dharma that we've discussed about giving and taking, of balance, of the idea that we're all interdependent on each other while being dependent as individuals, and what are the gives and takes with that. So it's not a global discourse if we're not taking these ideas into account. And that brings me to my final minute. Where are these ideas? And they're in India, locked away in texts that haven't been translated and are not studied in India. So how are we going to gain access? Hindu studies or religious studies or theology or even the proper development of philosophical studies hasn't happened in India for 75 years. So where's our starting point? The Education Act of 2020 has said that we should change the policy. The UGC, the University Grants Commission, has mandated that there has to be Hindu studies. And in Oxford, we're getting vice chancellors from Indian universities coming and saying, how do we do this? Where do we get the teachers? Who writes the curriculum? And I think this can all be done. Not only that, but I think that India can take a lead globally in the subject area of religious studies, of theology and philosophy, by introducing totally different perspectives, new ways of thinking that will revitalize these subjects academically. And this will lead to real global discourse. And from India's point of view, real global influence that will be purely positive in a global context. So that's just some ideas based on a couple of words, and that's just from a pedestrian Irishman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Das, for your insightful and inspiring address. May I now request our director to present a memento to Professor Das as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, Professor Das, Professor Chatterjee. Moving on to our much anticipated panel discussion, I would now like to invite our distinguished panelists to the stage. Professor Kamran Razamdost, Dean of ESCP Business School, London. Professor Kirsty Simpson, Dean of Chester Business School, University of Chester. Professor Catherine Robinson, Dean of the School of Business and Law, University of Brighton. Moderating the discussion today will be Professor Subhashish De, Dean, Faculty, Administration and Development, IIM Kozhikode. To introduce our panelists, I now invite Professor Anandita Paul to the stage.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's panelists for the Dean's panel. Professor Kamran Razamdost is a distinguished academic and the Dean of ESCP Business School, London campus, an accomplished scholar in marketing. He's particularly known for his research in service ecosystems, institutional change, and business relationships with a focus on social enterprise corporate partnerships. His academic career began with a PhD in marketing from Cranfield School of Management, where he explored the impact of consumer knowledge miscalibration on perceived value. This research laid the groundwork for his broader interest in how cognitive biases affect consumer decision-making. His research has been published in numerous leading journals, contributing significantly to the fields of marketing and strategic management, and his insights are relevant across both academia and industry. Please welcome Professor Razamdost. We have Professor Kirsty Simpson, who is the Dean of Chester Business School at the University of Chester, where she has been instrumental in shaping its academic direction. Her leadership has focused on developing industry-relevant programs, ensuring students not only gain theoretical knowledge, but also practical experience through business partnerships and placements. Beyond her administrative role, Professor Simpson is an accomplished academic whose research spans volunteer management and sustainability, with a particular emphasis on industrial decarbonization. She serves as the Northwest Academic Lead for the Industrial Decarbonization Research and Innovation Center, and has led the university's contribution to the HyNet Northwest Project, a key initiative aimed at reducing carbon emissions in the region. Professor Simpson's work reflects her ability to bridge academia and industry, ensuring that her research contributes to both academic progress and societal challenges. Please welcome Professor Simpson. And Professor Catherine Robinson. She is an accomplished academic and Dean of the School of Business and Law at the University of Brighton, where she brings a wealth of experience and intellectual rigor to her role. Before joining Brighton, she spent over a decade at Kent Business School, where she held the position of Deputy Dean, responsible for accreditations and the Medway campus. Her academic career as a senior lecturer in applied economics and business statistics highlights her deep expertise in the fields of productivity, firm performance, and skills mismatches driven by technological advancements. As an applied economist, Professor Robinson's research interests span key areas that directly inform both academic and policy debates. Her work focuses on understanding the determinants of firm performance, particularly in relation to skills mismatches and regional inequalities. Please welcome Professor Robinson. I would also like to welcome the Dean, Faculty Affairs and Development, Professor Subhashish De, who is also a professor of economics at IIM Kozhikode, and he will be moderating today's panel. Today, the world is riddled with complex global challenges at multiple levels, and it is the need of the hour to revisit, understand, and introspect about the past and build the road forward. It is important that the academic community and the practitioner community comes together to address these challenges, and the work has to start now. So today's panel on future of higher education and its role in addressing global challenges we'll talk about that. So I request Professor Subhashish to start the panel discussion. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Professor Andita, for this wonderful introductions. So we want this to be a more or less free-flowing discussions rather than we speaking. So hopefully, the good place to start would be to kind of structure about what we believe are the key global challenges that you believe would be some of the issues that education, higher education, as well as management education is to immediately tackle. And then once we have an understanding of that, we'll really have some discussion on the current state of affairs about how are we dealing with them right now. You can give examples of your own business schools. And then maybe if there's an ideal state, which is very far from where we are right now, how should we go there? So that's a way we think we can probably discuss. So I'll probably start with Professor Robinson. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I think in terms of what the global challenges are, for me, I think sustainability and inequality are two of the key elements. And certainly at the University of Brighton, our mission is really around that fairer society, responsible management education delivery. So I'd say those are the two burning ones from my perspective. In terms of how we go about dealing with that, I think one of the big challenges that's facing higher education at the moment is how to keep pace with technology and ensure that our students are appropriately equipped for a world that we don't actually understand in terms of where it's heading. The potential from AI is absolutely phenomenal, and we need to think about how we prepare our graduates to work with that. And one of the things that we think about is that gone are the opportunities for graduate entry, lower level graduate skills. Actually, we're preparing them for much more analytical, critical provision so that they can handle large data, in a way that is mindful of not only the sort of the wider context, but really to make sure that they're making ethical decisions as they go. So, from my perspective, it's how we manage to leverage the AI and prepare our students for using that to deal with some of those global challenges.
Thank you. Just to add to what you've said, because I couldn't disagree with anything. For me, it's about the future of the world and the future of work. So how do we best prepare individuals, students in our case, at higher education for that future if we're not prepared ourselves because we don't understand what that looks like? And I was particularly interested in Professor Dash's discussion there, because one of the things we've been talking today about from Chester Business School's perspective is how we look at this idea of Poonam. I think I've said that properly. And this sort of holistic approach, because that then takes in respect, it takes in the diverseness of others. And if we in HR, in HE, and developing students, leaders of the future, how do we facilitate those skills in them through our curriculum? Because that's our job. Our job is developing young leaders to become leaders of the future. So how do we give them those skills, but also the knowledge, taking on board some of the concepts that you've described? How do we do that in a curriculum that has been very focused on business processes from the past century, really? So that talks to equity, it talks to diversity or lack of, it talks to ideas of changing the way that we work to face a digital future. So for me, in terms of the challenge, it's how do we know something that is not yet known? How do we plan for something that's not yet known? And how do we develop individuals to face that? So it's about resilience, it's about understanding diversity, it's about trying to build those things into our provision to make sure that those individuals can face those challenges in the future. So I think it's up to us to ensure that our curriculum is forward-facing, not backward-facing. And that's how I think we have to respond to that challenge. How do we do it? We've got to be in front of business. We've got to be in front of industry. We've got to be talking to those colleagues about, well, what do you see this being? What skills do you need? And that then means we have to be constantly improving our curriculum and our offer for our students. That's difficult to sell, because it's constantly changing. So it's not without its own challenge in terms of how you then bring that into what you call a business school. Is that the right terminology? Is it about business of the future? So that's a wider question. What is the purpose of HE? I absolutely think there's a purpose for higher education and business schools, but we have to change along the lines that you've already said. You're going to go.
Thank you. So I fully agree with my colleagues and my peers. I'm trying to look at these challenges that we are facing from a different angle. And I go back to 40, 50 years ago, where the role of business school was more like source of knowledge and source of business practices, whether it was coming from BCG or 4P or maximizing shareholder value or shareholder profit. It was a much more linear world, and it was slow in change. So business school had time to identify best practices and go back to their students. And there was a routine. Students were coming, work for a few years, and then come for MBA, and then they grow. No, it's actually not the case. We have knowledge is everywhere. The practices are everywhere. There are probably too many practices for certain problems. Problems are much more contextualized. They're not linear. So it's not like you come to the business school and they teach you this is how you resolve that problem, and then you go and solve it. So you need to actually, as a business school, co-create knowledge and move beyond really being source of knowledge and work with the talent and students on developing skills and more than that mindset, hoping that they critically evaluate information, they have strategic thinking, they can make ethical decisions in difficult situations, they can drive change towards sustainability. And that means that we need to fundamentally shift the way we are thinking about education. I think business schools are pioneer, and in UK universities, I think these discussions are happening. But it's becoming more and more about creating a platform that exposes talent to different situations. And I like the sort of looking at a balance, how we can actually balance the learning that they have with the hope that then when they graduate, they can continue sort of that critical thinking and learning. And when they're faced with difficult, very contextual challenges, they can take good actions against them.
Yeah. In a sense, what you are trying to say is there is this fast-changing world that in front of us, right? Which we don't fully understand very well. And there is an urgency when it comes to climate change, right? Issues of sustainability. We know it, we are already late. And yet there is also another process which is going on, which is the digitization process, which the AI is bringing in. So we are getting bombarded from different directions, and we somehow look slightly out of time. And how do we kind of bridge that gap quickly? I think the idea that Kamran, you're bringing in, that you do not need to do it yourself, you become a platform. I think the very fundamental idea that since the knowledge will not be there with you, you become a place where people can share knowledge and co-create knowledge. It's a fantastic idea in a sense. But in some ways, are we kind of also a little bit skirting the problem in a sense as Professor Das was mentioning, a lot of the core philosophy of business school still remains, right? We design our systems and processes for the consumer, right? And it's a very human-centric way of our business, our systems and processes. The products are designed because at the end of it, if the consumers do not like it, we do not have a chance of selling it. So how do you make that transition where the consumers have to be made aware of, right? Of that, this product may not be absolutely very good looking, may not be very cheap, may not be suitable for you, but it's good for the planet, right? So these are some of the paradigm changes that I believe we are also have to make. And I'm not sure how do we make that very easily, because it's a very different way of thinking. And that's one aspect of it, right? The other is in AI in general, we just do not know what this beast is right now. It's changing, it's in front of us. We know it'll be transformative, its opportunities are humongous, but we are kind of waiting and seeing. So is that a right approach, or we need to do something about it? And if there is something that you have already tried yourself in your university, you can probably talk about it a little bit more. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, there's some really interesting thoughts there, and I think for me, one of the key word that was kind of resonating as we were all speaking was really that collaboration. We need to collaborate with other disciplines, so we need to be much more interdisciplinary in terms of our approach. We need to be more collaborative with our key stakeholders, businesses, not-for-profits, local governments, national governments, to understand the institutional frameworks in which these really complex problems are taking place. Because at the moment we've got market and institutional failures that are kind of leading to the outcomes that we need to turn around. And as you say, I mean, I think there is an education piece in terms of what we know in order to really be able to support our students in that space. So for me, it's about collaboration and it's about those conversations. I do think we need to think differently about how we do things as well as what we do, but that starts with a better understanding of what's going on with those key organizations. So AI, for example, is already embedded in many businesses, and so we need to feed that back into our education. It's something we've been grappling with for probably about 2 years, 18 months, 2 years. We've been worrying about how do we ensure that we can assess our students in a way that is authentic, but also rigorous. And that's led us to grapple with some of the challenges. But we have to have grown-up conversations, I think, with our students and expose them to it and treat it as a tool in the same way that maybe 30 years ago we were talking about the computer. So, yeah.
Yeah, very similarly, we have a situation where we are working towards enabling students to embrace AI, because it's only going to improve. It's not going to go backwards. So what does that look like for the world of work? And everything that we do, we try to align to, well, where is the future for this student? Where are they going to? And you're right, the world of work already uses AI. Automation particularly will take away some of those jobs that graduates would have gone into. So what are we preparing students for? And actually some of the things that you were describing before, it's very difficult for a machine to be creative. It's very difficult for a machine to communicate with another human. So how do we enable our students to maximize those human properties? That means they become employable in a different way, maybe, but that we embrace the machine, we embrace AI, and that we develop our students to work beyond those needs. Where is the end for AI? Who knows? It's only going to be as clever as a human that can program it. So, or is it? Or is it? And then if you start to think too much about that, you just wonder why humans would ever need to exist. And we can't think that. We can't start to think that way. So, but for our students, we do need to prepare them for different jobs, because those jobs will be influenced by, and should be, because AI is a technological digital improvement, but we have to embrace it, not reject it. And I think that's what we need to enable our students to do, embrace, not reject, but at the same time develop themselves to be fit for purpose in that new world of work.
I agree, and I think I'll go back to what I mentioned earlier in terms of working together, not only with the students, but also with businesses. So we need to bring them in. So I think when we talk about business schools, they are not independent anymore. So we need to, I mean, before this session, we were talking about, working with partners to enable students to join them and work with them, have projects. So that's one way to deal with these challenges. And in terms of AI, we are in transition. We are just exploring what it does and where we go with it. I don't think it's our duty to teach our students how to use AI. They're much better than us. But I think it's our duty to show them the limitations, the responsible use, the sort of the dangers that these tools will have, and then also start thinking about what sort of needs future talent will have, because definitely we know that AI will do some of the sort of more standardized intellectual work. There is a question mark whether they can do critical thinking, creativity, maybe in 5-10 years, yes, but at the moment, no. They are very limited in terms of what they do, but still it means that we need to rethink about, okay, what sort of skills and talents we need in the job market. But it only happens if we create that sort of collaboration that you mentioned and partnerships, not only between universities, but also with businesses. And I think you have some good examples as well. I know that you will have a session on research for impact as well. And I think particularly business schools, we need to fundamentally change the way we look at the research. Top journals, they focus on rigor, which is great. But the culture that we have is not really towards solving problems. So there is a big gap between what's needed outside in real world in businesses and what we are doing as researchers. I fully understand the freedom, academic freedom, but at some point with some sort of mechanism, we need to fill that gap. At business schools, we are trying to do things, publishing impact series, encouraging our professors to engage with impact activities. But I think it's more an industry-wide issue that we need to address, because there is a huge amount of resources that we are putting in to research, but we're not getting the benefit that the society deserves to have.
And I would absolutely agree. So for Chester, we do have colleagues who are producing world-leading research, but the impact of that locally, regionally, nationally, in terms of how it enables change to practice is different. And equally, our contribution to the university's knowledge exchange framework is over 25% just from the business school, because we absolutely fundamentally believe in the application of knowledge to practice and enabling businesses to use that knowledge to improve. And so if that's our culture, if you like, that drives everything that we do from a curriculum perspective, that drives into the knowledge that we provide with our students, that then enables them to become better employees, because their focus is on improving business practice through understanding data. And that's got to be something that AI can actually help and make easier, but the application and change is the human. And I think that's something that business schools can do really well. But from an academic perspective, isn't always perceived to be the role of a university. And I think there's a dilemma there in terms of our research contribution and our contribution to knowledge exchange. And there is academic snobbery around the concept of knowledge exchange is not seen in quite the same way. And actually, from a student's perspective and from industry's perspective, that's where the real value of a university can be, is in the application of that knowledge. So I agree, but I think we can do more to raise the profile of knowledge exchange as something that is important, can improve impact.
Thank you. No, couldn't agree more, actually. And I think business schools have been relatively well served by some of the big accrediting bodies for pushing more of a mission-driven ethos within the business schools. I think that's helped. It's helped to focus our minds around societal impact. It's raised the profile of the importance of that knowledge exchange within our institutions. But I think certainly in the UK at the moment, we are in an interesting space for universities, and I think it will be changing in response to government policy beyond education. So I think it's a really interesting time. The only other thing I just briefly, just to sort of bring it back to a more of an international perspective, is that international collaboration is absolutely vital for business schools. We have very international faculty. We recruit, certainly at Brighton, recruit the biggest proportion of international students within our organisation. And so I think, again, the collaboration between cultures, between countries, I think is absolutely central to what we actually do.
We have roughly 5 minutes. I mean, before we kind of close, maybe we can open the floor for questions and comments, and we can, anybody have any questions, comments, something that we have missed, you want to have a discussion on, floor is open.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. A very interesting discussion. My name is Subhas Thakra. I'm a former chairman of the London Chamber of Commerce. We were constantly into this debate of universities producing the right kind of people for businesses to be employed. And there's a tremendous skills gap that exists all the time. And I have noticed also during my visits to India, it's the same. Over there, we have many, many more graduates that come out in the market, but they never find a job. Or I'm exaggerating, they do find, but quite a lot don't. And this is a classic problem that we have a breakdown, in my opinion, between the business class and the academic class, the education class. And it doesn't get addressed. It doesn't get addressed. I know we talk on the periphery of collaborations and so on, and the nearest I ever got to was with one of the London universities and the London Chamber, where we had them as patron members and we could talk to each other and introduce ideas and thoughts to each other. But I think there needs to be a lot more collaboration between the business class and the universities on a more clearer platform. That's my view, but I'd be really interested for your comments.
I fully agree, and I think the issue is that how you can scale it at the mass level. And to do that, you need to build an ecosystem. I'm working for ESCP. It roots back to the French Grande École, which is very much in partnership with businesses. I mean, the school is owned by Paris Chamber of Commerce. And the way we do it is to actually bring the businesses in classrooms. So many of our modules are taught by practitioners, really. We have like creative seminars or business seminars. So in a way, I think we need to, as I mentioned, move away from the sort of traditional classroom, very academic teaching into being a platform that half of the activities that we have are with business partners, practitioners, and so on and so forth, and then continue that. And one source of that engagement for us is the alumni network, and I know that universities, they can benefit. And I think in the UK, at least we can do a lot more with engaging with our alumni community to create that ecosystem.
Thank you. We actually have the Chamber of Commerce based at the business school. They share our building. And you'd think that because they're in the same building, that would make that relationship easy, but it's still not easy. And for us, we do the same, live briefs. We try to enable students to meet and connect with employers. We have employers sponsoring MBA events, for example. But it's still trying to make sure that the skills piece is still a different thing, because it's still got to be within the curriculum, and you need to test that and do that at scale. So how do we do that when industry is constantly changing, business is constantly changing, and you'll be aware, universities generally don't move that quickly. They can't be reactive and responsive in quite the same way. So that's on us. So that's got to be in the way that we deliver that education to individuals who are going out into business. The way that we've also looked to try to improve that is work with the local authority through the UK Shared Prosperity Funding, for example. We're looking at business growth programs that we work with businesses, with colleagues who are enabling that business growth. So they are constantly learning and bringing that back into the classroom. But it's still difficult to do that at scale. So it's not an answer. I'm saying it is hard. We know that it's hard. It's about developing relationships, and that takes time. And business schools are busy parts of a university. They tend to have more students and less staff. People are really busy. And you know yourself, it's difficult to develop a relationship with a busy person. So we have to invest more. Business schools need to invest more in that. And we know that, but it's just doing it.
Absolutely, and I think, thank you, it's a really interesting question and a conundrum, I think, for us. I think it's something that we're challenged with regularly, and I think another problem that we often have is that not only are we very busy places, business schools, but we're quite dynamic as well. And so where we do establish relationships, occasionally that relationship can walk out the door and we have to start again. But again, coming back to the challenges of curriculum development, we are bound by certain rules that make it very, very slow for us to make change. But you're right, it is on us. We have to be more inventive and more thoughtful about how we do that. I've recently done some research, some primary data collection around technology and skills in firms, seeing how the two interact. And it's interesting the extent to which businesses are looking at experience skills gaps and then are trying to use technology to plug them. So the extent to which technology and skills are complements or substitutes, I think, is a really interesting question. And so bringing that back to the real world, I think is quite an area for future research.
One other thing that you've just prompted me to say in what you've just said is one of the challenges that we've had is when we've spoken to SMEs particularly, they're quite anxious about coming into a university. So their perception is, well, you're all really dead clever people and we're not. And actually, there's this misconception that we know more than everybody else, but we don't. So it absolutely is breaking down those barriers. Before people even want to come into a university, we've got to go out more. And I think we recognise that. But again, it is challenging to do that. So we need people like you. We need you to help us. So we'll tap you up.
I think fundamentally what Kamran also kind of put forward is that the way we evaluate research, right, and the way we understand impact, right, it's very different from what the industry wants versus what the academic community wants. So I think a little bit of bridging of the gap on that aspect is essential, and which has not happened yet, right? So we all look for citations, we'll all look for journal rankings, and oftentimes that may not be the most relevant in terms of the research for the businesses. So a little bit of that process change, and especially when we do not have that knowledge ourselves, especially in a place where knowledge is being created faster and better than us outside. So in that environment, a change of the structure, evaluation of faculty is also kind of relevant. So going forward, maybe you can see some changes, and I'm sure ESCP has some ideas on it, but I think that's one of the areas where the way faculty is evaluated has to be seen differently going forward. And if that doesn't happen, I'm sure the gap that you're talking about will remain for a long time. And the gap will be even more wider, given the rate of knowledge creation will be much, much faster outside us. And that will create some issues about relevance and about legitimacy of this institution. So unless we change that, we are going to be in trouble in no time.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, and thank you, speakers, for the valuable insights. I'm Jayant from Global Risk Management Institute, India. Wanted to get your insights on one of the concerns when we see students using AI for doing classroom assignments. Initially, when they started using ChatGPT AI, we sort of started saying that you can't use AI, you have to restrict, you cannot use it for doing your assignments. Gradually, we started realizing that this is not something that we can do away with. We have to embrace and accept it. Probably the way in which we do the assessment of the students has to change, and we did that. Now, when students come up with the assignments, they're fantastic assignments using AI, and we do the assessment of the students also. They are able to understand and respond to those assignments the way they can explain in the classroom while doing presentations. So it's all, prima facie looks great. But what is your view around, does it actually restrict to arrive at the same output that the student comes up with AI? Or does it constrain the critical thinking, the analyzing that the student would have otherwise done and arrive at the same output with or without the use of AI? How do you view that in terms of the critical thinking that the student has applied in the previous scenario, where they actually did the assignment, did the research themselves, rather than using AI to do the research and coming up with the same output? What does it do to the ability of the student to do that self-thinking, self-research, self-critical analyzation of the project?
Thanks. Really, really good question, and one that we, I think, continue to grapple with. From our perspective, initially, yes, we were very punitive. You cannot do this. You will be punished if you use a source that is not your own. I think in the last 12 months, we've thought, well, actually, this isn't going away. We need to think a bit more differently about this. And we now require students to identify when they have used AI. So they reference that as a source that they've utilized. Your question isn't that, though, is it? It's about what does that do to the process of thinking? And absolutely, the use of any form of digital device means you don't have to think in quite the same way. So for me, that's a real global question about how we think more broadly about everything that we do. I only said yesterday to a different conference, we Google stuff, and that now has become a term that we use. Oh, just Google it. Whereas before we couldn't do that. We had to go to a library, we had to look in a book, we had to ask questions, we had to be more curious about the world and want to find things out. Now we can literally do that at a press of a button. So I think your question for me doesn't relate specifically to business schools or to education generally. It relates to how we think as humans and how we are curious as humans about the world and what we believe and what we do not believe. And so your question for me is a philosophical one, because I do think it impacts upon your ability to be critical if you simply accept everything that you see and can read all of the time. And that then influences the way that we see the world, our politics, for example. There are more examples now of countries that are moving more towards the far right. And I'm not saying that's from a position of ignorance. I'm just simply saying that that's because there's a lot of information out there that people believe and don't interrogate, which is, again, to your point, is not just about thinking critically. It's about working out, asking questions. Well, why do people look at the world in that way? And absolutely, that is, for me, that's what higher education is about. It's about facilitating the development of that very skill. That's key. but we've got to then enable individuals to be critical of the sources that they use and build that into our assessment. So that becomes part of how you think about the world. Not using AI, but you can be critical about that use. And that's what I think we need to develop.
Sorry, just very quickly. I think what we're seeing here is a move from being essentially knowledge-based in terms of our transaction with students and being more enabling. So it's more around the skills base, and critical thinking is absolutely fundamental to what we're trying to achieve with them. So in the case of some of our undergraduates, what we do is we teach them how to write prompts. We teach them how to read through the essay they have generated and spot and challenge that essay. Is it written with one particular tone? There's been a fair amount of research around the biases that exist within the outputs of these kinds of engines, and so I think there's a way that we can use this to demonstrate the importance of that critical thinking skill.
We are short of time. Pawan, last question. If you want to add something on or some comments, please. Yeah.
Pawan Budhwar, Western Business School. It's not a question, but observation. And thank you so much for your question, which should be ongoing. Otherwise, we don't exist as business schools. So perhaps there are a number of major things which are missing here. Historically, Heston, we started undergraduate placement about 45 years ago. So all the undergrads, they do 2 years of education, 1 year they'll go and work. And once they have finished their undergrad, everyone was employed. Hence the skills were there. Okay? Some business schools tried. It's a major commitment, and it doesn't happen. Okay? So we have now apprenticeship, but these people are already there in the industry, and they have skills, and they are coming. Okay? We can still do that at a different level. Okay? So that's the first observation. It's doable, internships and so on, but that partnership can help. The second observation, which is more scary, okay? Where we have condensed the postgraduate delivery in 1 year, and now some business schools are talking about further condensing it into a block teaching. Okay? How do you expect that these students will deliver the skills needed in the real world in that kind of setup? And to my Indian colleagues, where it always baffles, but I have an explanation for that as well, where you take fresh graduates and they are doing MBA. To me, it doesn't make sense, but they succeed because you are picking up the cream of the society, like LSE and other places. So you bring these students and you ask them to do something, and later on when they go and do a job, you ask whether there was a connection, perhaps not. So it's a much major, bigger issue we are talking here. But we should continue the dialogue on the integration with the research is an important one. So just a couple of observations.
Thank you, Pawan. I think we are out of time. Thank you very much. We are out of time. I was given 5 minutes, 10 minutes ago. So thank you very much for a wonderful discussion, and a round of applause, please, for the speakers.
Thank you to all our panelists and the moderator for an engaging and thought-provoking discussion. Your insights on the future of higher education and its role in addressing global challenges have been truly enlightening. We deeply appreciate the time and effort that you have contributed today. I now request our director to kindly present the mementos to the panelists as a token of our appreciation. Thank you to all our panelists and Professor Chatterjee. So now we break for lunch. It's till 1:15, and then we start with the technical sessions 1, 2, and 3. The presenters, if they could kindly stay back, the remaining people can go. So, so technical session 1 will take place in Montag room. Technical session 2 is in Woburn room, and technical session 3 will be happening here. If all the presenters could kindly meet Mayank, and he basically needs the presentation. So if you could kindly meet him after this. Thank you. Okay, and the lunch is in the next room. Lunch is taking place in the Macmillan Hall, which is just opposite this hall.
One of the most critical elements in a leader's decision-making process is to achieve clarity. But what is clarity? Imagine you're trying to get inside a stadium when 50,000 people are jostling to find their place, and you think through your conventional thought that you can't find your own seat there. But somehow you negotiate, you navigate to the crowd, to the milling crowd, and you find your own designated seat right there. What did you do? You achieved clarity in the clutter of thoughts. In simple language, clarity is lesser thoughts per minute than you had before. You achieve this clarity. So number of thoughts you have per minute, let's say you have 200 thoughts in a minute, and reduce those 200 thoughts to 5 thoughts and finally to 1 thought, you become like an Arjuna who, when asked what is he seeing there, he says, I see the eye of the bird. Now if he was a conventional archer, there'll be many thoughts in his head. Can I shoot? What is behind there? Who else is shooting? Who is standing here? What's in the background? But all he does is he only thinks of the eye of the bird. When he's asked, what do you see, Arjuna? He says, I see the eye of the bird. Not even the bird, just the eye of the bird. Only 1 thought. In the clutter of thoughts and emotions. And that one thought takes Arjuna home. He hits the target. Because you go to a place called awareness behind your thought structure. And this awareness is what creates great decisions. Gandhi is traveling by a train. One of his shoes falls down on the railway track. Train has begun to move. One shoe is there and one shoe is with Gandhi. As the train moves away from that one shoe, Gandhi takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. And somebody asks him, "What did you do, Bapu?" He said, "Look, that one shoe is of no value to the beggar who will find it. One shoe is of no value to me with me. So I threw it so that it adds value to the person who finds the pair of shoes." At that moment, conventionally, you and I would start thinking, "Oh, what happened to my shoe? How can I find it? Can I pull that chain? Can I call somebody?" But those thoughts are all disconnected, have no meaning, no coherence. But Gandhi does a simple action. He takes the other of the pair and throws it on the track. That is clarity. That is clarity beyond conventional thinking. To be able to decide, to be able to increase the decision space in the clutter of thoughts, competing thoughts, requires clarity. And Gandhi demonstrates that he won as a leader because he was clear. GIP 2020 is IMK's signature convention. This is also our institutional mission, our design principle, and the basis of our aspiration to be counted among the world's best schools. Kozhikode has, in a modest way, advanced India's global footprints. Our vision for 2047, the centenary of Indian independence, and the golden jubilee of IMK. The museum is a repository of knowledge about Indian business heritage that would broaden the discourse on Indian business, introducing historical depth and a sense of rootedness in Indian culture. Globalizing Indian thought is about creating a confident and secure identity as Indians to strengthen our roots and give wings to our new generations. India has probably discovered the third way of geo-relational leadership of the world. Both the US and China has had problems with their GPS system, G for guilt, E for pride, S for shame. India's core ethos has been Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the universe of borderless humanism. Unlike the US and China, India's sadhana has not just been to be the best in the world, but perhaps to be the best for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be unwise on my part to speak any more about someone who literally needs no introduction anywhere in the world today. So here is Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Damodar Das Modi delivering the inaugural speech for GIP 2020. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I'm delighted to address a conference on globalizing Indian thought at a prestigious center of learning like the IIM Kozhikode. It is a matter of joy that such well-known centers of learning are taking interest in these subjects. I hope seminars such as this popularize more aspects of Indian thought among people. With this, I conclude my remarks and convey my best wishes to IIM Kozhikode. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Prime Minister to do the honors for digital unveiling of the statue of Swami Vivekananda in our campus and dedicate this to our nation. Many years ago, I had a dream. I wanted to figure out what was truly Indian about the Indian Institute of Management. This dream was looking for a destination, and it found one here. So let me ask you, what was this dream? And I'll tell you, this dream was about bridging the distance between hearts and minds, connecting the best of Bharat with the rest of India in pursuit of one singular vision, globalizing Indian thought. As we celebrate our flagship postgraduate program, Silver Jubilee graduation batch, we reflect on the values we hold dear. It's not just about producing competent managers, good human beings, but compassionate and competent at the same time.
Kozhikode's approach has been more holistic and more realistic in terms of perspectives of management, and this has yielded us excellent results.
Excellence, equity, and inclusion are the heart of our mission. We are proud to have initiated affirmative action to bring gender parity to our flagship program. With a historical low of less than 10% women rising to a high of 54% in 2013, we have repeated this feat in the year 2020 as well, showing our commitment to equity and inclusion. We also understand that our success is measured by the impact we make in our world. Look ahead. We are focused on making a meaningful contribution to India and the world decades. Our pursuit of global accreditation reflects on our dedication to being recognized as an excellent institution. We were the first IIM to seek global recognition, starting with AMBA accreditation in 2010. Today, we stand on the cusp of global triple accreditation, rare feat for Indian schools. Having a dream is one thing. Pursuing it with persistence and energy is quite another. That process, we have to negotiate four paradoxes: equity and excellence, global vision rooted in local context, high tech and high touch, agility of systems and stability of timeless values. We are not only consistently ranked among the top 4 Indian institutes of management, but we are also making our mark on the global stage. Our recent leap of 100 spots in the QS World University rankings for both regular and executive MBA programs is a testament to our phenomenal growth. We acknowledge the love of learning, dedication of our faculty, staff, and students, and the vision of our leadership, board of governors that has made.
The kind of success that we've had in the last 25 years is because of the right decisions we have taken and the right things we've done for the right reasons.
Our vision for 2047, creating a roadmap of globalizing Indian thought, is both ambitious and achievable, inspiring at the emotional and cognitive levels and bringing vibrance and positivity to our journey forward. We believe in holistic learning in harmony with nature. Campus is a gift of abundance, and sustainability is integral to every individual who is part of it. What fulfills your life is a fully lived life. Its fulfillment is not a distant dream, but a continuum. As an institution, we are dedicated to helping individuals lead fulfilling lives. We were the first institution to start our education model digitally in 2001, breaking the mold of traditional business schools. We have diversified our models of learning, and our flagship programs have equal representation, men and women, changing the dynamics of India. We believe in disruption as the ability to break the existing order and bridge humanities and management through various academic. Our values of authenticity, sustainability, and fulfillment are not just ends, but means of doing things. We believe in nurturing future leaders with deep human values.
Let me start by telling you what hasn't changed, and that's how beautiful this campus continues to be. What has definitely changed is the infrastructure. We have world-class classrooms, energy efficient with the latest technology. We have hostels, and obviously we have the new sports complex that has come up.
We have created new centers, such as the Laboratory for Innovation, Venturing and Entrepreneurship, Center of Excellence for Social Innovation, Center for Governance, Center for Digital Innovation and Transformation, Center for Climate Studies, and Center for Employment Relations and Labor Studies.
The birth of any B school today is to solve society's problem, India's problem, world's problem, industry problem. We take the industry problems, we bring it here, we co-create it and give it back to the industry. And some of the leading solutions have been born out of IIM Kozhikode.
Our emphasis on entrepreneurship helps to build character and provides the necessary skills to succeed in a constantly evolving business landscape. Exposure to literary and cultural festivals as well as social psychology experiments help students discover their creative, cultural, and emotional quotient, which is just as important as their intelligence quotient. The statue of Gautama Buddha under the banyan tree is a symbol of peace and enlightenment, providing a serene environment that helps to calm the mind, promote inner reflection. Meanwhile, the Arjuna bow and arrow, our mnemonic at the entrance, serve as the visual reminder of the qualities necessary for success: focus, determination, excellence. The statue of Swami Vivekananda also serves as a source of inspiration, reminding us never to give up until our goals are achieved. We have been in this journey for about 26 years now. We have learned our lessons through success and failures. We understand that we sit in an inspirational space of 1.4 billion people, and our responsibility to live up to their aspirations. IIM Kozhikode continues to focus on maintaining academic excellence, developing a diverse community, encouraging social responsibility, fostering imagination, and help stay connected to beautiful minds. Together, let's awaken the spirit of truth, Satyam, embrace the essence of sustainability, Nityam, and pursue path Purnam. one of the most critical elements in leaders' decision-making process, clarity.
Good afternoon, everyone. Attention, please. Yes. So let's get started with the afternoon sessions. Now I kindly invite Professor Nandakumar sir to invite the guest speaker of the day.
So good afternoon. I request Professor Rudrasen Sharma to give a bouquet to Professor Pawan Budwar. Please, Professor Pawan, please come. First. I'm delighted to introduce Professor Pawan Budwar, who is an internationally acclaimed scholar in the field of international human resource management and currently serves as Associate Deputy Vice Chancellor, International at Aston University in Birmingham. In his strategic role, he oversees the university's global engagement with a particular emphasis on fostering partnerships with India. As the Joint Director of the Aston India Centre for Applied Research, he leads collaborative efforts that bridge the gap between UK and Indian institutions, focusing on applied research that has both academic and practical business implications. With over 2 decades of research and teaching experience, Professor Budwar is considered a pioneer in cross-national HRM. His work delves into how HR practices are shaped by national institutions and cultures, making him a key figure in understanding the global complexities of workforce management. He has authored and co-authored numerous research papers and books, contributing to topics such as strategic HRM, cross-cultural management, and institutional theory in emerging markets. Professor Budwar is a co-editor-in-chief of Human Resource Management Journal. Previously, he served as co-editor-in-chief of the British Journal of Management and played a critical role in guiding contemporary academic discourse in international business and management. His research has been extensively published in prestigious journals like the Journal of International Business Studies, Human Resource Management Review, Journal of World Business, Organization Studies, and many more. Further cementing his academic influence on global HR practices. Throughout his career, Professor Budwar has earned recognition for his contributions to academia, including holding visiting professorships at leading universities across the globe. His leadership at Aston University is instrumental in strengthening the university's international reach, particularly through its partnerships with India, and his work continues to impact both academic and business communities worldwide. Now, I request Professor Pawan Budwar to deliver a keynote address on the topic, Doing Research for Impact. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks, Nand Kumar, for the introduction. I'm not used to that. Going back to what Lord Desai was saying in the morning. I realize I'm standing between you and Lords, and I've been given a boring topic to talk about. So let me start by thanking the organizers for 3 things. Okay. So the first one, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to come and speak to you on something which at the moment is not on the radar of majority of the researchers in business schools in India. But it's forthcoming and it's coming fast. So I feel it's important to share that we can prepare ourselves or start to think about doing research which has a non-academic impact. Okay? We are trained to contribute to theory and frameworks and all those things. So that's the first thank you. The second thank you is to picking up the theme. It's really, really important. Someone like me who started doing India-related research 3 decades ago, and we have seen lots of things which have changed. When we come overseas, we become more patriotic, and we tend to see things, how they have been developed and so on, or used or misused. So in the morning, we had lots of information, and that information is also available in different places, what has happened with India many centuries ago and what's happening and so on. But it's important we keep talking about, we should have this discourse where now and then we are seeing number of things which belong to India, which have been picked up at other places, and they have been branded, rebranded, and completely their origin have been forgotten and ignored. So a wonderful example of mindfulness. Okay, in the West, everyone is so fascinated by it, and they have even started saying there is no origin. It's us. We have done it. And now the pranayams and which Om has been there for many centuries, and it has been converted into hum. So the Om is also gone. So it's important. These are small examples, but in the world of business and organizations, there are serious things which is important. And with the growth of economy, the world changes, and hence it's India's time. So that's my second kind of thank you. And the third thank you is for allowing me to speak on this important topic. And we had a number of presentations in the morning, which were kind of touching upon this, and the Dean's panel was touching upon this, and we can see there is a variation. My kind of passion for impact goes back. I was also trained like any other PhD student to make academic contributions, and I'll say still 90+% of my research is still making those contributions. So this is not for everyone, and we are not expecting everyone to do this. But the more we can start to think about this, it will be really helpful. Some of the challenges earlier we were talking, they can be minimized and so on. So I started looking at impact somewhere formally in 2008-9, when I was director for research at Aston Business School. And we were kind of forced for colleagues in the room who doesn't belong to the UK. We have this regular assessment exercise in the country after 6-7 years, which is about research. And the 2014 Research Excellence Framework forced us to think about impact. And we all panicked, and then we got used to it, and later on. So that was my introduction. And then as an editor, I was the one who was pushing, hang on, we need academic contributions, but we need non-academic impact reported in the publications and so on. And then I became Dean of the Business School. Again, the cycle of REF came. And then I ended up being on the REF panel, where nationally we were looking at how different institutions and scholars, they are reporting about impact. So it's a boring topic, but it's an important topic. And the keynote is not about a fancy research project, but it's about something where, as a scholar, when you look back, and I'll talk about some of those things. So I have been fortunate to be associated with a number of projects. And we are talking about India here, and majority of them are linked with India. And majority of them are linked with global challenges, which as a researcher, if you can make a small dent. So the first one, some of you, if you are coming from North India, from now onwards till February, you will struggle to breathe, okay? And because one small element or a key element is that, in that is the farmers, they will just burn the stubble. I was one farmer, and I come from that part of the world. I used to burn the stubble as well. And there is a reason behind that. So we did a project which was extremely big and so on, and we made a dent. The second one, where we know globally we have a large number of SMEs all around the world in every country. And because of obvious reasons, maybe financial constraints and lack of understanding and so on, majority of these SMEs, they don't care about sustainability and pollution and so on. So we have been part of a number of projects here in the UK and in India, where we are helping SMEs to change their behavior and look into the whole issue of sustainability and pollution and so on under the broad umbrella of circular economy. The other project which I have been fortunate to be part is in Kenya, where even human waste that can be converted into wealth. And two ladies, professors, scholars, they have created black soldier fly, and the larva converts the human waste into proteins, and which is being used. And the researchers were able to eat that in front of us, and it's used for a number of things. And the last one, a big project which is in the process, in which we understand water is a challenge. And it's in Gujarat coastal areas where the water is very saline and you can't drink it, and there is a major issue. So I will talk about a number of things, at times giving very basic information about what it is and why this is becoming important. I'm looking at junior faculty here, but I'm looking at mid to senior faculty here who can pick up things, who must be doing things as well. But if they can pick up more things, you can make a career out of this, but you have to be patient. And I'm not expecting junior faculty where the pressure is to publish one paper and get tenured and so on. But I'm looking at other scholars who can do lots of things. So a number of things. So let's start with some basics. Okay? So in business and management, in business schools in particular, we have not been historically looking into research which can help to address real world problems. We are training leaders, we are creating leaders, we are wonderful with consultancy, we are wonderful with executive education, but when it comes to research, we were not doing that. Majority of us are still not doing that. Okay? So over the period, funding became important in the UK, and it continues to become important. In India, it's still far away, but believe me, after the papers, funding comes into play, and after the funding, impact comes into play. So if you take the initiative, even as an institute or a scholar, you will be ahead of others. And that certainly we teach in the business schools, how you can beat your competitors. So you can be ahead of others. So funders, no one give you money just to create another theory. They may give you money, but the real money comes unless you convince them, I'm going to make a real kind of non-academic impact and change something for the policymakers and practitioners. So that has become a norm here. And more of us are required to get funding, and that's changing. Ranking of institutions is happening as part of the impact, where I talked about one assessment exercise, and there are other parameters and so on. So impact is here to stay, and globally it's spreading. We can see after UK, generally Australia follows, New Zealand follows, US is also picking up, and certainly in India, it's going to become important. So we should be careful and taking this seriously. Of course, we are not trained to do this kind of research. Okay? It takes a very different kind of thinking. And hence, we can see even 2016 in the UK, scholars were finding it challenging. They still find it challenging because, again, the training is different and there is a disconnect. But if you look at in India as well, and in the UK, we call it DBA. In India, you call it executive PhD. These guys are doing this kind of research. At least in the case of DBA, they are bringing real world problem which is bothering them, and they are trying to come and address that. Okay? But again, we take it to the thesis stage and close it. But what we are talking here is it has to be more than that. So that you can see it's making an impact. Okay? So we can see impact differently. This is one example. okay, where we know majority of these things. We are pretty good with the learning and teaching. We are pretty good with the creation of knowledge as well. But it becomes a bit challenging about practice. We are reasonably okay with that as well. But you start to influence public policy. You start to make a contribution to the economy. Wow. You say, I'll get a Nobel Prize. Perhaps you may. And that kind of expectation and towards the society and so. So what else is there? So when we talk about what it is not. So next few slides, I just want to clarify when we say impact, what exactly we are looking for. Okay. So impact is certainly not when we are talking about advancing existing body of knowledge, okay? Because that's not directly linked. It may be linked, but it's not unless it's changing something in the real world. Okay? And we have evidence of that. And in the UK, we are covering that. Apart from the research side, we have also started a teaching excellence framework. Within that, we capture lots of that, and it's important. And the last one is all these things which are part of the engagement. They are an important link leading to impact. But generally, we go up to there and stop. Okay? So again, it's a different kind of commitment we are looking here. So here is the definition. Okay? So if you look at it, expectations are quite challenging. Okay? So you are expected, if you are serious about impact, so you are talking about change. Okay? You are talking about benefit, you are talking about effect of your research on some of these keywords. Okay? So if we take a pause of 10 seconds and you say, I'm doing this project, will it going to make a dent along these parameters? Most likely no. And as such, we won't go up to that level. We'll just take it to a paper level and finish and publish, and everyone is happy. Furthermore, if you look at what some of the funding bodies, so ESRC is Economic Social Research Council, which is one of the dominant funding bodies for business schools. Okay? So they are talking about, when we talk about impact, we are talking about excellent research making contributions to the society and economy. And then individual and teams and organizations, they are benefiting from that. I put a number of examples. So at Aston Business School in late 1990s and early 2000s, for almost a decade, we ran the largest staff satisfaction survey for NHS, which is the health system in the country here. And based on that, we had hundreds and thousands of responses because NHS is one of the largest employer in the country. Based on that research, we found a link with mortality rate of clinicians and the hospitals. That is massive. So if you can do something which can impact the mortality rate, that is something big. But it didn't happen overnight. It was a cumulative research of 8, 9, 10 years. But based on that research, something happened in the NHS. And the satisfaction was taken on board. At the moment, again, it has gone in the background and so on. Or we have been pretty well established when it comes to working with the SMEs. And the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, the lead was at Aston. They are emeritus professor, and they have been doing remarkable work. And we have the chartered status, like some of the other business schools, but we had the earliest one in the country. And based on that research, Rishi Sunak went to Aston and he launched this particular program. So that's, again, a major thing as a researchers and a set of researchers who have been running research centers which were funded and doing that kind of research, and tells the government, hang on, there is strength in this and you can do something along that line. That's, again, an example of impact we can talk about. And the last one where I have been involved with my remarkable friend and scholar, most of the examples are from his work, Professor Prashanta De, who has been leading globally on circular economy. And we have been doing that work in the UK, in Kenya, in India, in Thailand, in Vietnam, in Barbados. And we can see the impact of those kinds of initiatives happening on capacity building. Okay, what else? Okay. So impact matters. So the last one, I was laughing, but I'll just use that as an example. The people who got the Nobel Prize for economics, and the book, which was written a long time ago, and I wish Lord Desai was here. And the crux of the book is, because of colonization, the colonizers created institutions in these countries which were colonized. As a result of those institutions, they had economic development and growth. And I was laughing, and I was saying, hang on, if you go 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, lots of those things were there, and things went in a different way and so on. But I'm using it as an impact. So you end up getting a Nobel Prize by doing an analysis, and where there is evidence. We can see lots of institutions which have been created, and there is a link with that. Okay? But interesting way of looking at it. Presently, we are in the third round in West Midlands, where every time we are getting 3 million plus pounds of research grants to help SMEs to minimize their carbon footprint and also decarbonize. Okay? So in total, we are talking about 13 million plus pounds of research grants over the last 8-9 years. And we have helped hundreds and hundreds of SMEs in different labs within the West Midlands. And we can see the change in behavior because it's a government-funded and funded kind of project where we have cumulative data now. All these companies we help, and they are making major contributions toward climate change and decarbonization and so on. And the other bits which are there, and the career in the ref, we have the environment aspect, and within the environment aspect, and we have an impact aspect as well. If scholars are contributing to that, you can build a career, and colleagues who are contributing to impact case studies in the country, they are doing well and perhaps sought after as well. But certainly the bottom line still holds, so don't get scared by looking at the presentation that you don't have your own space. Yeah, the non-academic research still matters, and it's important, and we need that to create new concepts and theories and models and frameworks and so on. So when we are looking at the kind of impact I'm trying to sell to you today, we are looking at the green part of this. Okay? So the academic side is on the orange or whatsoever color you can make it out. We are not talking about that, but that's important. I'm not saying that's not important, and it happens. But if you look at the right-hand side and the green one, the first one I gave example of helping to change satisfaction-related things in the NHS. Okay, so well-being of staff and so on. But that was 20 years ago. But it's an interesting example. Or if you look at the top right, where I gave examples, number of things which we have been doing. But that's how impact is looked at. And that's where it's not easy, but that doesn't mean we don't do things. If we can do things, it will make a serious change to the world in which we are operating. Something more, we keep mixing up impact. Okay? So on the left-hand side, it's all engagement. Okay? And we are pretty good with this, with the social media, with the PR, with the dissemination, and so on. But when it comes to the right-hand side, that's where the impact starts to happen. And I've given these two examples to you. That's a simplified way of presenting this. Okay? But my bottom line here, in real world, it doesn't work that way. Okay? Just for you to understand how we can look at impact. So we have research. We are pretty good with the central part. We'll do very good research and engagement and all of the sides, but we stop there. And then what I'm saying is, in a number of cases, we do push it further, but we need follow-ups. We need something more, and I'll talk about what that something more is. So planning, think of beneficiaries who are non-academic of your research. Okay. I'll just pick up another example. We were fortunate in the country here, most of us drive, and if you commit an error or something, you have a conviction in the form of you get points on the license. That's global. But over the last 10, 15 years, I believe, that's the time frame, DVLA has started something if the conviction was kind of minor and they are offering you, come and do a course, we will not give you those points on your license. We will still ask you to pay money. And they allow you once or twice. So we were asked to evaluate the impact of that program. Okay? So we went to these sessions where the workshops have been done, and it's quite useful, especially if you have been driving 10 plus years and the license is automatically renewed and so on. And you go and sit there, you have forgotten. In a rainy season, the brakes will be less effective. In a school zone area, you have forgotten there are kids who may be running and so on. So the program is quite useful, and based on the evaluation, we highlighted the real change in behavior of people who attended those programs. Okay? I wish in India we can do it, and there is a takeaway if someone wants to take this. India has the largest number of road deaths, and if something like this can be initiated, it will be massive. And you will be so proud you have done a small thing which has a major, major impact. So for further other things, we have worked with the West Bengal municipalities because they are the civic body, and that's equivalent to our city council here. And we have helped them to create waste management plans, and within that, what can be done, and so on. So there are a few other things. But what I want to do is, applied research is the key to this, okay? Which generally starts with an academic research. That has to be the foundation, but you take it quickly to the applied side of it. What I want to do next is briefly talk about the 4 projects which I want to, and then give a summary of what is needed if you are serious about this kind of research. We have understood it over a period of time. So this is the first one, okay? So it starts from here, that's stubble, and because the farmers have pressure to take the next crop, they are given now subsidy and money, but they don't have time. And lighting a match is the easiest for them, okay? So they will do that. But what we have seen, 2 minutes. I thought the bus was coming as 45 past. Okay. Okay, so what we have done with a team of scientists, the stubble can be converted into pellets. And the pellets can be used for fertilizers, and it can be converted to char, which can be used for heating and cooling purposes. With the SMEs, what we have done in all these projects, it has, as I said, solid basis in research. But we start with an audit, visit the SMEs, and figure it out what kind of thing are they missing. Majority of them, it can be lighting, it can be heating, it can be machinery, it can be electric, it can be something else. And based on that, you develop interventions. The funding gives them money, and they have to match it. And that's where the change in behavior happens. This is the one about the black soldier fly in Kenya, which is a fascinating example of circular economy, where we can see the human waste, and that's taken out. And the larva is grown, which is a specific one, and the larva converts the waste into proteins, and the proteins are used at the moment for chicken, and that comes into the life cycle and food cycle, and that's consumed by people. Okay? And the last one, which is happening in coastal Gujarat, where water is a major issue. To some of these villages, water tanks are going every day, and it's a costly affair, and it's not consistent. They will show up, they will not show up, and there is a scarcity of water and so on. So there are ways of converting desaline into real kind of drinkable water and so on. But there are issues with that, because what you leave in the soil, that increases the salinity ratio into the soil. So as researchers, a team of researchers from different disciplines. So we have figured it out. we have figured it out, even crops, which you can grow in that area, that will take care of it. So as part of the circular economy, if you don't use it, it takes around 4 years to tackle. But if you use circular economy, which is shown here, you can sort that out in 2 years. Okay? So look at what I'm talking here, the impact. So this is the key one. Okay? So what we have learned from this. And as I said, it's not an easy one for everyone to pick up, because it needs a big team of people to make this happen. Okay? So we can talk about a multidisciplinary approach here. So we start with engineers, supply chain, operations, social sciences, medics, and you name it. Lots of these people are coming on board. Okay? Then it happens at that level, which I've just shared with you. The multi-actors, okay? In each of these projects, it's not only the researchers are the starters, the funders are the second one, then the people who are affected, the entrepreneurs who come on it, the local government who come on it, and the list goes on. So multi-actors are needed. And it has to have funding. Okay? Otherwise, you can't do this. As a researcher, as a poor academic, you can do research, but you need lots of that support, even to travel to these remote areas and convince farmers and all these other people. It turns out to be kind of action research, but it is much more than that. So where every time we pick up a project, we invest a lot, that the problem is really, really a serious one, hence I put daunting problem. Okay? Once you are convinced, and we know there are people who will invest time and money to help to resolve the problem. So it goes there. We build a capacity, not only researchers, but who all will be needed on that team. And it's not day one everyone is needed. They are needed at different time periods. And then we do a survey to figure it out, the real state of affairs on the ground. And after that, we do capacity building. We have teams, we have researchers, we have research assistants, and so on. And then exploitable kind of plan with each of these projects, how the benefit will happen and in what way, and how the entrepreneurs will buy into it. So with the first project, we can prove it, but the farmers won't come on board. We can prove it, but financially it's still not viable or sustainable to convert all the stubble into char and pellets and so on. But as researchers, we can prove that. Okay? And the challenges are manifold, where we know unless you get evidence of the impact of your research, it's no good. And the terms which I was sharing on the earlier slides, so we have clear evidence from all these projects which has made major difference, but in the bigger scheme of things, very small. But I'll say we have been brave, and that's the intention here. I encourage more scholars to think along these lines and do stuff. Okay, so other bits, what I'll do is I'll just stop, and if you have any question. So this one is important in the sense where this kind of research, most of the journals where we publish, they most likely they will not take it. But we have lots of other interesting journals who would be very much interested in looking at this. And these are practitioner-oriented journals. Okay, so you can try it there. So there are lots of resources which are available. Happy to circulate the slides. The last one. So acknowledge there is a need for this. We as scientists, social scientists, or researchers, we have a duty. Of course, you want to save your job and get a good job. That's perfectly fine. But we have a duty as well to do these things. Amend your thinking. It's doable. Hence, I shared this. And it takes a while, but once you get into it, you just enjoy it, because the satisfaction is very, very different. Every project is not suitable for this, okay? But you have to be careful and so on. So here is my suggestion along the bottom line, given we are going to Lords. So India has a serious problem with organ donation. So I work with the number of people who are leading organ donation in the country here. And the key body or the foundation in India is Mohan Foundation, which is based in Chennai, who leads in India on organ donation. And we had a partnership with the NHS here and Mohan Foundation. But it's still not making the dent. There are so many people who are desperate for organ donation. So I love cricket. I played. The present coach is my friend's kind of protege and so on. So I've been thinking we can use IPL to make a dent. So if IPL buys into propagating for us, organ donation is really important. And the franchisees and the supply chain within IPL is massive. Okay? So we can think of creating a team of trying that. Even Kabaddi League will do, even Hockey League will do. It will start something. And the impact would be just phenomenal. You will save lives. You can't do anything more than that. Okay? That's the first one. Second, some of you may have seen this recent the WhatsApp video came, which is by Titan. It came after Tata. And what Titan has done, they are going to dhabas where the truck drivers will stop, and they will find a way, and they have tricked the drivers to get their eye tested. And majority of them, they need glasses. And majority of them, they drink and they have cocaine and all these things. They badly need glasses. Okay? So if we can do Narayana Nayantra in South, which has been just brilliant, unbelievably innovative story. Okay? So think of something like that, where you can make a dent to the biggest kind of part of the population. And the last one, this one, we just launched did this book, Indigenous Indian Management, where we were bothered like any other scholars. And I shared my botheration with the 2 examples, and there are many, many of those examples. So I'll stop here. Sorry if I've taken more time. And as I said, this is a boring one, but I feel this is a really, really important one to take on board. As scholars, we have a duty to do these things. Thank you so much. Happy to take questions. Sure, Lords is more attractive than asking questions. By the way, looking at the Indian team's performance in the last test match, we shouldn't be going there. Today they have been a bit better.
Thank you, Professor Pavan. That was wonderful. But yeah, I mean, extremely inspirational work. But obviously, you've got to a state of life where you can, afford to experiment, if you don't mind me saying. Whereas in the rat race, it's, as you had mentioned, it's your citations, and if you go to FT50, and what are you publishing? And even for the business schools, there's this rat race of rankings. So when we're caught up in that, it gets very difficult to actually think or do anything beyond that. I mean, how do you bridge that is what I'd like to know.
It's happening. We're for a while as a researchers, and now and then it's forced as well. So interdisciplinary research has more mileage, and increasingly editors and journals are talking about it. And all this is an outcome of interdisciplinary research. That's one. You will do more exciting and meaningful research if you cross boundaries. And the mileage is far better, even if you don't bother about impact, even if you are looking into academic contributions. So that is the starting point, and more scholars are doing it. But the practical thing which I started in the beginning, so in the UK, funding is expected. And impact is expected more and more from scholars. In India, we are still stuck with publications, okay? But I'm saying it's forthcoming because it's a global trend. But I'm also saying, and I'm acknowledging, it's not for everyone, including myself. As I said, 80–90% of my research is not this. But it's important, it's your passion. in the end. And I'm sure the employer and the funders and the other stakeholders, they will appreciate it. So it's a combination of many things where it's moving, not at the pace at which it can be. And the race is correctly, what you have said, is the most damaging one, where we have ended in that situation. And that's not allowing for lots of meaningful things to happen. In the earlier session, we were talking some of those things, and I made a comment because that's what has happened with us in that race. So not easy, but my belief and thinking is, if we talk about this in 5 years, the ratio would have changed.
Thank you so much for those exciting examples. Just correct me if my understanding is wrong. The focus here is on societal impact more so, but should that be the case, or it can be also financial impact for firms?
There are lots of impact which I talked about. So society is one of them. Okay, so there is a list, as I said, happy to share the presentation, and it's on the website as well. There are lots of impact, and they are interlinked. And earlier panel was talking about social impact, which is again pushed by the accreditation bodies. That's why it's happening. Some of us were doing it, but impact is widely defined. Keep in mind, non-academic. That's the simple way of looking at it.
Thank you, Professor Pawan Budhwar, for sharing insights on doing impactful research. Now, I request Professor Rudrasen Sharma to present a memento to Professor Pawan Budhwar.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll make our way towards Lord. So we've got the bus waiting ready. The bus will leave at exactly 3:45 on the dot. We'll guide you towards the exit. We'll have people just on the way ushering you. So if you want to just start making your way towards the coach, if your name's on the list, we'll get on the bus. And then at 3:45 sharp, it leaves. So please don't be late. Thank you.